looking for another big winner this evening. That's the 50-50 raffle brought to you by the Long Island Ducks and the Cracker Jack Foundation. Good luck. And you know, fans, every Friday night throughout the 2015 season, the Long Island Ducks and Pizza Hut have teamed up to bring you the Pizza Hut K-Man. Tonight, the Southern Maryland Blue Crowds hitter, hitting in the ninth position, it's second baseman number 7, Grant Zawatsky, has been selected as the Pizza Hut K-Man. The K-Man strikes out, you win. That's right, you win an order of breadsticks from your local participating Pizza Hut restaurant. Remember, tonight's Pizza Hut K-Man, hitting in the ninth position, the second baseman, number 7, Grant Zawatsky. And boys and girls, don't forget, one of the big attractions here at the ballpark is the Long Island Ducks Bounce House, which you'll find at the end of the left field concourse. You can bounce around to your heart's delight. It's only $2, or if you purchase a wristband for $5, you can bounce around all game long. That's the Long Island Ducks Bounce House, located at the end of the first base concourse. If you don't like to bounce around, maybe you like to slide, because at the end of the first base concourse is the Long Island Ducks Ducktail Inflatable Slide. That's $2 as well. And don't forget, for $5, you can purchase a wristband, good for the entire game. It's two more great ways to enjoy your time here at Bethpage Ballpark, in the Long Island Ducks Bounce House at the end of the left field concourse, and the Long Island Ducks Ducktail Inflatable Slide at the end of the first base concourse. Try them out. You're guaranteed to have a good time while you're here at the ballpark this evening. Now, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, on this beautiful Friday night here at Bethpage Ballpark, let's turn over our pre-game festivities to the Long Island Ducks on-field host. There he is, right in front of home plate, wearing that lovely tangerine jacket. It's Long Island Ducks on-field host, John.
This is Long Island Ducks baseball. Justin Davies at the plate. The winning run at third. Crowd going nuts. Swung on. Bouncing ball left side. Off the mitt. Up third baseman Brad Strauss. Here comes Willie Rodriguez. Justin Davies has done it again. The Ducks are one quack away from the championship.
Jason Johnson makes the catch. He makes the catch. And the Long Island Ducks have swept the Camden River Sharks. They are the 2004 Atlantic League champions.
Lions bunts up the third baseline. Esquivel charging in. They're not going to have a play. And the Ducks are the champions of the Atlantic League here in 2012. Going back is Adam Bailey. He settles under it. He makes the catch. Adam Bailey makes the catch. And for a second straight year, the Atlantic League trophy will reside on Long Island. The Ducks are the Atlantic League champions.
And now it's time for the Long Island Ducks North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital pregame show.
We are live here at Bethpage Ballpark in Central Islip, New York. It is time once again for Long Island Ducks baseball. Tonight it is Game 2 of a 4-game series between the Long Island Ducks and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. Well, good evening, everybody. My name is Michael Pollack. I'll be bringing you the play-by-play for all of tonight's action. Ducks looking to make it 4 consecutive wins here on this homestand. After they dropped the first 2 of the homestand, they have bounced back with 3 straight wins, taking the final 2 against the Camden River Sharks on Tuesday and Wednesday, and then winning here last night 4-1 in the series opener against Southern Maryland. Well, we appreciate you tuning in here on 103.9 FM LI News Radio, the flagship radio station for Ducks baseball, as well as on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball. Let's recap last night's win. Again, a 4-1 decision in favor of the Long Island Ducks. The story for the Ducks was right-handed pitcher John Brownell, the ace of the staff, who pitched exactly like an ace last night and came within 1 strike of a complete game shutout, but ultimately picked up his 9th win of the season. Ducks got the scoring started for him in the bottom half of the first inning, as Phelan Lantini opened the inning with a single to center, moved to second on a sacrifice bunt, and that brought up the red-hot Dan Lyons.
And the 2-1 is on the way, and that was hit in the air, fairly deep right center field. Anton De Jesus is going back, way back. It's over his head and up against the wall, and it is a ground rule double. Dan Lyons hitting it 1 bounce over the wall, clearing the Mr. Softy sign on the outfield fence. Nothing soft about Dan Lyons this season. Another RBI. The Ducks lead it 1-0 on the double from Dan Lyons.
So the Ducks getting off to the early start on Dan Lyons' RBI double, his 56th run batted in of the year, which ties his Ducks career high. Long Island taking the 1-0 lead, and Sean Burrows would follow and make it a 2-0 game.
1-1 pitch on the way. Smoke down the right field line, and that is a fair ball into the corner, being waved around as Dan Lyons, and he could walk home. In with a long single down the right field line is Sean Bam Bam Burrows. A 2-0 lead for the Ducks here in the bottom of the first.
Sean Burrows with the RBI single. David Weiss on the call last night. And so the Ducks had a 2-0 lead after 1. They would double that lead in the 4th inning as Mike Blank singled to center with 1 out, and that set the stage for Anthony Vega.
And the runner hitting first base exact same time.
That was close. And a drive here deep to right by Vega, going back to the wall as Lewis. He looks up, and this one is over the wall. You can forget it. A 2-run home run to right field for Anthony Vega, his 2nd home run of the season, and the Ducks have doubled their advantage in the 4th. They go in front 4-0. So the 2-run home run to right for Anthony Vega, his 1st of the season with the Ducks, 2nd of the year overall, and Long Island had the 4-0 lead. That was more than enough for John Brownell, who was dominant over the first 7 innings, allowing just a pair of singles and 1 walk in that span. In the 8th, ran into a bit of trouble with 1 out, hit Casey Froley, walked to Jesus with 1 out, but got a pair of groundouts from Zawatsky and Lewis to follow, and that ended that threat. And then in the 9th inning, recorded the first 2 batters out to start off his inning and was 1 out away from the complete game shutout. But he allowed a walk to Jovan Rosa, got to 2 strikes on Gustavo Molina before he singled through the left side, and then on an 0-1 pitch, Craig Maddox doubled off the wall in right to score Rosa, and that made it a 4-1 game, ended the complete game shutout bid, and at that point, The right-hander Brownell was at 131 pitches. Kevin Byers took him out of the game to a standing ovation from 5,868 at Bethpage Ballpark. Amalio Diaz came in, recorded the final out on a pop-out from Casey Frawley, and the Ducks win it 4-1 over the Blue Crabs in the series opener. 2 hour, 17-minute game last night. John Brownell, the win, improved to 9-3. Brian Baker, the loss for Southern Maryland. He fell to 5-9. And Amalio Diaz, on 2 pitches, picks up his 6th save of the year. We'll take a break. When we come back, I'll sit down with yesterday's home run hero, and that was Anthony Vega, the Patchogue native, who hit his first Ducks home run, a 2-run blast in the 4th inning last night.
Hey fans, this is Kevin Byers, manager of the Long Island Ducks, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio.
North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital in Bayshore is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding healthcare right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at www.nslij.com.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
Back here at Bethpage Ballpark, Central Islip, New York, getting ready for tonight's game between the Long Island Ducks and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. It is game number 2 of a 4-game set. Anthony Vega has been around the league this year with these two teams. Started the season with Long Island after making the team out of spring training. In June, got traded down to Southern Maryland, helped them to a first-half Freedom Division title, and then on this homestand was traded back up here to Long Island and now helping the flock in the second half. I had the chance to catch up with Anthony before tonight's game. Anthony, a native of Patchogue, New York, you hit your first home run last night with the Long Island Ducks. How did it feel to hit one out in your hometown ballpark?
I mean, it felt good. Anytime you get one, it feels good, obviously, but it was nice to be able to do it here in front of my family.
In a game like last night's where it seemed like it was going to take one big swing to kind of win the game for either side, how big was it that you guys were able to get that swing and get that win?
I think if I wouldn't have done it, somebody else would have came through. So we would have won 2-0. I don't know. I don't put too much weight on it. I was just trying to do my part.
You talked about how somebody was going to probably get that hit, but ultimately it really didn't matter with the way John Brownell was pitching last night. Just how dominant was he on the mound?
Yeah, what he does is pretty impressive, and the way he just keeps people off balance, and I mean, he's been doing it all year, so it's nothing new. But it's nice to see somebody who could do that day in and day out. It's really impressive.
What I hear from so many people is that they're shocked at how he continues to pitch so deep into games and get so many outs when he doesn't have that overpowering stuff. And for a pitcher like that, just how tough is it to get the kind of outs and get the kind of results that he does when he doesn't have that blazing 95-mile-an-hour fastball?
Well, a lot of people can hit fastballs, so he does a good job of locating and changing speeds, and, he knows how to pitch. I mean, there's a big difference between throwing a baseball and pitching. There's a lot of guys in affiliate ball that can throw 95, 96, 97 and can't get outs. So it's not all about your velocity.
With so many guys that have been kind of taken from this roster, including key pitchers like Mickey Janis and Andrew Barbosa, and most recently Rich Hill, how comforting is it knowing that you still have a guy like John Brownell on this pitching staff?
Oh, it's good. I mean, there's a lot of really talented pitchers here. It's not just Brownie. Obviously, he's been standing out, but a lot of our guys get it done and get it done on a pretty consistent basis. And I feel very comfortable with the team that we have out here, that we're going to accomplish big things.
Being from Long Island, you came to camp here with the Ducks as a spring training invitee, made the roster out of camp. What was that feeling for you like once you found out that you were going to be on this roster out of spring training?
Oh, it was great. I was kind of lost when I came into camp. I just got released by the Orioles. I didn't really know what steps to take as far as getting into indie ball and playing baseball. And I'll be forever indebted to the Ducks for giving me an opportunity to get my foot in the door not only with the Ducks, obviously, but in the Atlantic League. And obviously, I went over to Southern Maryland for a little bit and played. And it's just nice to be in this circle now. So obviously, again, I'm really grateful for the opportunity here. And yeah.
When you first found out you were traded to Southern Maryland in early June, I believe it was, what was your initial reaction?
Just kind of roll with the punches. It wasn't, at the time I was inactive, and it was an opportunity for me to play a little bit, but I'm happy to be back. Obviously I'm back home, so this is always nice. And there's a bunch of great guys over in Southern Maryland. I can't say a bad thing about them, but there's no place like New York.
Very true. And with Southern Maryland, you did help them and be a part of their first half Freedom Division Championship run. How was that experience getting to win a first half title and clinch a playoff spot with that team?
It was great. They did a lot of the legwork before I even got there, but down the stretch, I believe we were tied with Sugar Land for a short period when I got there, and to be able to help and contribute to that was great, and I hope, we can pull the same thing off here. And again, I look up and down our lineup and our pitching staff here in Long Island, and we got a pretty good team, so I don't see why not.
You guys have won 3 straight, taking the final 2 games against Camden and the first one here against the Blue Crabs with Bobby Blevins on the mound tonight. How confident are you that you guys can stretch the streak to 4?
Like I said, I think we can win every game that we go out and play. I like the way our team stacks up against every other team in the league, and obviously Blevins is a talented guy, so I think I like our chances.
Thank you so much for the time, Anthony. Congratulations on your first Ducks home run yesterday and the win.
All right, thank you.
That is Anthony Vega of the Long Island Ducks back in the lineup again tonight, starting and in left field. He has been very good since returning to the Ducks from the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, right when the Ducks came back from their series victory in Texas. And now Vega will hope to help lead the Ducks again tonight to a 4th straight win when they take on the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs in the second game of a 4-game series. We will take a break. When we come back, we'll look at the pitching matchup for tonight's game, then the starting lineups and first pitch between the Ducks and the Blue Crabs.
Hey fans, this is Bud Harrelson, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 103.9 LI News Radio.
North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital in Bayshore is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding health care right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at www.nslij.com.
Few places on earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bayshore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
the Our Lady of Perpetual Help Church Choir with tonight's national anthem here at Bethpage Ballpark, joined on the field by the color guard over at first base, Our Lady of Fatima, 4th Degree Color Corps. So fans filing in, settling into their seats here at Bethpage Ballpark for Game 2 of this 4-game series between the Ducks and the Blue Crabs. And here is a look at the starting lineups for tonight for the Blue Crabs, who are managed by Stan Clyburn. Leading things off will be the right fielder Fred Lewis. Casey Stevenson bats second and plays third base. In the number 3 spot is the first baseman, that is Zach Wilson, and batting cleanup is the third baseman, Jovan Rosa. Gustavo Molina is doing the catching and batting 5th, hitting 6th, and serving as the designated hitter is Craig Maddox, who drove in the only run last night for the Blue Crabs. Casey Froley at shortstop batting 7th. The 8 hitter is the center fielder, Anton DeJesus. And rounding out the order for the Blue Crabs is the second baseman, Grant Zawatsky. The exact same lineup for Southern Maryland as was the case last night. And on the mound for the Ducks is right-hander Bobby Blevins, coming off of a win in Sugar Land, Texas, when he threw 5 innings of 3-run ball in a 7-3 victory over the Skeeters on August the 8th. He is 2-3 on the year, a 4.96 earned run average. On the other side for Kevin Baez' Long Island Ducks, it'll be Phelan Lentini leading things off in right field. Delta Cleary Jr. bats second, plays center, and at shortstop hitting third is Dan Lyons. Sean Burrows gets his first Duck start at third base tonight. He is hitting in the cleanup spot for Long Island. Cody Puckett back at third base hitting 5th. Mike Blank, second straight day as the DH. He will hit in the number 6 spot. Anthony Vega back out in left field. Our guest here on the pregame show will bat 7th. Nelfi Zapata, the newcomer for Long Island, hits in the number 8 spot and does the catching tonight. And back in the lineup after the day off yesterday is Carlos Hughes. He will play second base for the Ducks and bat 9th. And the Ducks will be facing right-handed pitcher Tim Sexton, who is going to be making the spot start today for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. 28 years old, 0-0 record on the year, 3.85 ERA in 12 relief appearances. He has not pitched more than 2 innings in any of his relief appearances and threw 1 scoreless inning 3 days ago on August the 11th, so we'll see how far he can go in the game today. But he is making the spot start for Southern Maryland, and we'll have to try and quell a Ducks lineup that has produced 3 consecutive victories here on the homestand, in which they are now 3-2, with 3 games, including tonight, still to be played. So we are ready to go. Fred Lewis steps into the batter's box from the left side for Southern Maryland. Bobby Blevins out of the windup, and his first pitch is a fastball a little low and outside. We are underway.
Start time of the ball game. 6:39.
6:39, the time of the first pitch here on a lovely Friday evening for baseball here in Central Islip, New York. The 1-0 from Blevins. That fastball catches a piece of the outside corner for a strike to even the count.
The service's temperature of the ball game is 79 degrees.
79 degrees the first pitch temperature tonight. Very little humidity. Wind is blowing from right to left. The moderate breeze right now as Lewis swings and misses. Late on the fastball over the outside corner, and the count goes to 1-2 on Lewis. Sunshine as the sun continues to set beyond the third base stands. No clouds up above. And the lights coming on here at Bethpage Ballpark. 1-2 to Lewis. Breaking ball. He laid off and took low and inside, even the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lewis at .255 on the year. 4 homers, 32 runs batted in. Blevins gets the sign from Zapata, and the 2-2 fastball lined into left field down the line. Vega gives chase, but this will slice out of play. Bounces onto the field, back by the Smokin' Owls party deck. Vega will retrieve the ball, flip it into the crowd, and we'll do it once again at 2-2. Blevins with the high black socks looks in for the sign at home plate, and his 2-2 on the way is swung on and missed, strike 3. Went with the changeup, and Lewis out in front. First strikeout of the night for Blevins, and there's 1 away here in the top of the first inning. Ducks are in their home white jerseys tonight with the pinstripes and the orange Ducks logo on the front, green number on the front and the back. The Blue Crabs, after wearing their grays last night, go with the alternate jerseys tonight, navy blue with the words Blue Crabs in white on the front, and then a teal number with a white outline on the back, and gray pants. Casey Stevenson will bat from the left side for Southern Maryland, and Blevins' first pitch is a fastball strike over the outside corner, 0-1. Blevins on the season making his 9th appearance and 8th start. This is 4th season with the Ducks, and he is 2-3 with a 4.96 ERA thus far. The 0-1 is just off the outside edge. Blevins trying to hit that corner, just missed. Now that'll even the count at 1-1 on Stevenson. 270 batting average, 3 home runs, 38 driven in. The 1-1. Swing and a miss. Nice breaking ball diving down and in from Blevins. That had some sharp break to it. And so Stevenson behind in the count 1-2. Just 1 run on 4 hits last night for Southern Maryland. They did draw 3 walks. John Brownell was dominant until he ran into some trouble in the later innings. The 1-2. Fouled back over the screen and behind home plate. Karam's back from up top, right back down to the front row. Section 100 behind the plate, and now a couple fans are chasing after it. And a woman picks it up in the second row. So another 1-2 here to Stevenson. Blevins deals, and Stevenson takes the breaking ball off the outside edge to even the count at 2-2. First 1,500 fans in attendance tonight took home a back-to-school Ducks notebook. Can you believe it already? Back-to-school thoughts already entering the minds of Long Islanders throughout. The 2-2 fastball is low and away, and that'll run the count full. Less than a month away from the school year starting here on Long Island. It's crazy to believe. But the first 1,500 fans tonight, courtesy of the New York State Nurses Association, taking home a back-to-school notebook. Payoff pitch misses the inside corner, and after getting ahead 1 ball and 2 strikes, Blevins walks Casey Stevenson. Just the 7th walk Blevins has allowed in 42 innings of work this year. That's one thing Blevins is noted for, not walking many batters. Last year he threw 189 and 1/3 innings, a career high for him, and walked just 32 batters compared to 119 strikeouts. He is known for getting a pretty good amount of strikeouts, but most importantly, not allowing many runners to get on base via the walk. So 1 on, 1 out. Here's Zach Wilson from the right side. First pitch, and he'll take a fastball over the inside corner, strike 1. Warren Nicholson making the call. He's the home plate umpire tonight. Around at first base is Tom Major, and the third base umpire, Frank Urilli. Ducks were upset with a couple of calls last night from Nicholson, who was over at first base. And upon replay, it appeared the Ducks had good cause for being upset. Wilson here chops a breaking ball foul to the on-deck circle for Southern Maryland. And the count 0-2. Ultimately, though, and for good measure, the Ducks did not have any of those calls come back to bite them, since they ended up winning the game 4-1. And any baseball person would hate to see any game really be affected by a missed call from the umpiring crew, but thankfully for the Ducks, that wasn't the case yesterday. 0-2 breaking ball misses a bit up and inside of Wilson, who is hitting .269 on the season for Southern Maryland. He has 8 home runs, 39 runs batted in, was elected to play in the Atlantic League All-Star game up in Bridgeport this summer. So it'll be a 1 ball, 2 strike pitch from Blevins. Gets the sign, comes set. And the 1-2. Breaking ball lined into center field shallow. Going out is the shortstop Lyons. Still going out, cannot make the basket catch. It falls in, and going to second and getting in there safely is the runner Stevenson. Not an easy play there. Lyons had to range back onto the outfield grass to try and get it, and had to try and make an over-the-shoulder basket catch, and just eluded his glove and fell in for a hit. So Zach Wilson has a bloop single to center, found the right spot in shallow center. And even with the speed and good range of both Delta Cleary Jr. and Dan Lyons, neither were able to get to that baseball. So now 2 on and 1 out. And here is the left fielder Jovan Rosa to bat from the right side. Blevins from the stretch. Turns, fakes the throw back to second. Lyons crept in behind the runner, but Blevins made a late turn back to second and just faked the throw. Blevins gets back set on the mound. Runners take their leads. And the first pitch on the way to Rosa is lined to the right side and through a base hit. On his way to third, Stevenson, he will stop there as the throw comes into the first baseman, Burrows. Second straight hit for Southern Maryland, and they are in business here in the opening inning. A walk and 2 singles. And the bases are now loaded with only 1 out for the catcher, Gustavo Molina.
23, Gustavo Molina, number 23.
So Rosa with the single, raising that .258 batting average. Wilson goes to second, And Stevenson moves to third. And here is the catcher and 5-hitter Gustavo Molina. Blevins threw 5 innings of 3-run ball his last time out, August the 8th. That was this past Saturday in the series clinching win down in Sugar Land, Texas. A 7-3 win for the Ducks. First pitch, and there's a breaking ball that missed just low. And the count goes to 1-0 on Molina, who is hitting .297 on the year, has 12 homers and 47 runs batted in. Dangerous hitter at the plate. And Blevins trying to get that ground ball to get out of trouble. 3 straight Blue Crabs having reached with 1 out. Righty comes set. Here's the 1-0. Swing and a miss. Nice breaking ball, and Molina way out in front to even the count at 1-1. In that start, Blevins allowed 6 hits over 5 innings, did not walk a batter, and struck out 4. And as was the case in his previous start before that, ran into some trouble with 2 outs in the inning. 1-1 on the way. Up and inside, Blevins missed. And the count goes to 2 balls and 1 strike. Another reason why Blevins only lasted 5 innings in that start was because his pitch count had risen quickly. 96 pitches over 5 innings. And Skeeters did a good job working the count against him. That's what forced his pitch count up. 2-1 he's behind on Molina. Bases loaded for the Blue Crabs. Blevins will step off and look back to second. 21 pitches already for Blevins. This is the first time that he and Zapata have worked together, so I'm sure a little bit of a learning curve for both to see how the other calls the game. 2-1, swing and a miss. Good fastball down low, and Molina swung through it. So that'll even the count at 2-2. Wouldn't be surprised to see Blevins try that again. Molina has the ability to free swing a little bit and keeping the ball down in the zone, trying to get him to hit the ball on the ground if he does make contact. From the stretch, here's the 2-2. Breaking ball, taken low. Molina has worked the count full at 3-2. Blevins cannot afford another out of the zone that would force home a run. So a dangerous pitch here for the Ducks right-hander. You don't want to leave it out of the zone. If he takes it, would force home a run, but you don't want to leave it right over the middle of the plate because, again, has popped 12 homers on the year. Here is the 3-2. Swung and crushed in the air to left field. Going back is Anthony Vega. He turns, he looks, and you can forget it. A grand slam over the left field wall for Gustavo Molina, his team-leading 13th home run of the season, and Southern Maryland is out to a 4-0 lead here in the opening inning. Well, as I was saying, you cannot leave a pitch over the plate to a guy like Gustavo Molina. He has got pop. And that pitch from Blevins a little bit too far up in the zone. And Molina put a good swing on it and lined it over the wall and left. So that is his 13th home run of the year. RBIs 48, 49, 50, and 51. And a walk and 2 singles, and now the grand slam. Southern Maryland leads it by 4. Here's Craig Maddox to the plate. And the first pitch is a breaking ball in for a strike. The count goes to 0-1. So Blevins has now allowed 3 runs or more in each of his last 3 starts. His last 2, though, were pretty good, even though he got a loss and a win. And here he grounds one up the middle. That's going to sneak through for a base hit. And a tough start continuing for Blevins. That's now 5 straight that have reached against the Ducks right-hander. Very unlike him. And that is the 4th hit of the inning for Southern Maryland as Maddox picks up the single.
Crawley, number 4.
He was hitting .246 with 3 homers and 23 RBIs before that. So 1 on, 1 out. Again, Blevins looking for the ground ball double play to get him out of further trouble. Here is Casey Frawley to the plate. And the first pitch, fastball just missed the outside corner, and the count goes to 1-0. Frawley hitting .255 on the year, 7 homers, 32 runs batted in. The 1-0, ground ball up the third base line, foul, barehanded by Jeremy Owens, the third base coach. He'll flip it into the crowd. And by the way, the first grand slam of the year for Southern Maryland. They had not hit a grand slam at all this season before it. So Gustavo Molina If you had him in your pool, if you're a Blue Crabs fan, for the first Southern Maryland home run, first Southern Maryland Grand Slam this season, you would be the winner. The 1-1 here is fouled off at the plate by Frawley. And the count goes to 1-2. As a team, that is Southern Maryland's 68th home run of the year. They are now tied with the Ducks in home runs this season, third most in the league. So the count of 1-2. Blevins looks in for the sign from Zapata and gets ready. And now the 1-2 on the way. Fastball is off the outside corner, leaving up the count at 2-2. 3 of the 5 straight batters that have reached have done so with 2 strikes. The walk to Stevenson, the single by Wilson, and the grand slam all came with 2 strikes on a batter. And Southern Maryland really working the pitch count up here early for Ducks right-hander Bobby Blevins. Here's the 2-2 to Frawley. Swung on in high drive foul down the left field line. Deep but out of play. And we'll do it once again at 2-2. Blevins really having a tough time putting hitters away. 31 pitches already for Blevins. $4-0 Southern Maryland in front here in the top of the first inning. 7th batter of the inning is at the plate in Casey Frawley. Blevins gets the sign, and the 2-2. Swing and a foul tip into the glove of Zapata for strike 3. So there is the second out of the inning. Second strikeout for Blevins. And with 2 away, that'll leave it up to Anton DeJesus.
Batting in the 8th position, Blue Crabs center fielder number 3, Anton DeJesus.
Defensively for the Ducks tonight, Anthony Vega's in left field. The center fielder, Delta Cleary Jr. Phelan Lentini is in right. On the infield, it's Cody Puckett back at third base. Dan Lyons, the shortstop. Carlos Hughes is in the lineup at second, and Sean Burrows gets the start over at first. This pitch misses low and outside here for ball 1. And Nelfi Zapata behind home plate for Bobby Blevins, who is on the mound. Second straight day after Zapata arrived yesterday that he is back behind the plate. Now the 1-0. DeJesus takes a fastball up and outside. That's 2 balls and no strikes on DeJesus, who's hitting just .199 this year. 1 homer, 16 RBIs. He missed a considerable amount of time, almost 2 months worth, with a foot injury in the middle of the season. That'll be a 2-0 here to the lefty swinging DeJesus, and he will swing and line one in the air to right center field. On the run in is Phelan Lentini, and he will not get it. It'll drop in a base hit. Around second and going to third is Maddox. Another base hit for Southern Maryland. And they have runners at the corners with 2 out. And Southern Maryland is now batted around the lineup. And that is going to bring up the second baseman, Grant Sawatsky.
Blue Crabs second baseman number 7, the Pizza Hut K-Man, Grant Sawatsky.
Another baseball that appeared to be just out of the reach of Lentini, who raced in on it and just could not get to it. So Marty Jansen is now going to come out of the dugout. The Ducks pitching coach going to try and settle down his right-hander, who has thrown 35 pitches here in the opening inning. Of course, still a lot of game to be played. We're only in the top of the first, but if you're Kevin Baez, I'm sure you're thinking about potentially needing to get Billy Buckner warmed up in the bullpen. A guy who has started earlier this season for the Ducks and had some struggles, but has pitched well so far out of the bullpen for Long Island. And if Blevins' pitch count is getting up here early and he continues to struggle, might need to turn the ball over to Buckner. But still very early. We'll see if Blevins can get the final out of this opening inning. Here's the 9-hitter and second baseman, Grant Sawatsky, who will bat from the right side. Blevins comes set, and his first pitch on the way is swung and rocketed in the air to center. Well hit, going back is Delta Cleary Jr., and straight away center, he'll make the running catch. Nice grab by Cleary Jr., and that will put an end to a rocky opening inning for Ducks right-hander Bobby Blevins. Southern Maryland gets 4 runs on 5 hits, no errors, and 2 left on base through half inning of play here at Bethpage Ballpark. It is Southern Maryland 4 and Long Island coming to bat.
Hey fans, this is right-handed pitcher John Brownell, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 1039 LI News Radio.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicoloc paving stones and walls. Nicoloc's specially formulated Paver Shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver Shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicoloc. Visit the Nicoloc Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or Nicoloc.com.
Let Nicoloc paver, let Nicoloc pavers pave your way.
Enjoy the ultimate VIP fan experience at Bethpage Ballpark this season by taking in a Ducks game from the brand new Trout Town Fan Can. Presented by Roscoe Beer Company, the Fan Can is available for rental at all Ducks home games. It features 12 Dream Seat theater-style padded seats, beverage holders, an air-conditioned atmosphere, and an incredible view of the game. Packages are now available with food and beverage included. To reserve your Fan Can outing today, call the Ducks Group Sales Department at 631-940-3825. The Trout Town Fan Can at Bethpage Ballpark. Your VIP experience has arrived. Well, not the start that Bobby Blevins and the Ducks were hoping for. They are in an early 4-0 hole on the grand slam from Gustavo Molina. And Bobby Blevins in the first inning faces all 9 Blue Crabs batters, throws 36 pitches in the inning. And now it'll be up to the Ducks offense to try and pick up their starter. We've seen it time and time again this year where the starting pitcher struggles but the lineup ends up picking him up, or games where the lineup struggles but the starting pitcher picks him up. And so we'll see if the Ducks can pick each other up here tonight against Tim Sexton, the right-hander, making the spot start for the Blue Crabs. First pitch to Phelan Lantini misses low, and the count goes to 1-0. Lantini in the leadoff spot at 303 on the year with the Ducks, 20 for 66. No homers, 4 RBIs. And the 1-0 is a fastball over the inside corner, a called strike, and that will even up the count at 1-1. Sexton, no record, a 3.85 ERA in 12 relief appearances thus far with Southern Maryland. His 1-1, breaking ball, a half swing. They will appeal the first. And Tom Major says he did not go around, so the count goes to 2-1. Southern Maryland entering tonight 13-20 in the second half. And they are struggling now, 9 games in back of division-leading Lancaster, as Lantini takes a fastball on the outside corner for a strike. And the count goes to 2-2. Sexton working out of the stretch, gets the sign, kicks and fires, and Lantini will swing and rocket one into center field, but right at Anton DeJesus. Drifts a couple steps to his left, makes the catch, and retires Lantini for the first out. And that will bring up Delta Cleary Jr.
Batting in the second position, along with the center fielder, number 5, Delta Cleary Jr., number 5.
Well, Tim Sexton was signed by Southern Maryland mid-season back on July the 10th. Started the year with Midland in the Texas League, AA affiliate of the Oakland Athletics, and now is here in the Atlantic League. First pitch on the way to Cleary Jr. is a fastball over the inside corner, a called strike. And the count 0-1. Cleary Jr., 287 on the year, a home run and 29 runs batted in. Now the 0-1. Chopper foul out to the first base side of home plate. And the count quickly 0-2. From the stretch, Sexton set his 0-2 offering, swung on and grounded right back to the mound on one hop, fielded by Sexton. The underhand toss to first in time. Cleary Jr. retired, and a good start for Sexton so far. 2 batters, 2 outs, and that'll leave it up to Dan Lyons.
Hitting third for Long Island, the shortstop, number 12, Dan Lyons, number 12.
So up steps the red-hot Dan Lyons, who has reached base safely in 19 of his last 20 games. And tearing the cover off the ball, and now he will come up to bat for the first time tonight against Tim Sexton. First pitch on the way is in for a called strike, and the count goes to 0-1 on Lyons, who is hitting .312 now on the season for the Ducks. 10 homers, 56 runs batted in, which ties his Ducks career high. Set that 3 years ago in 2012, and here he takes a breaking ball a little bit high, and that'll even up the count at 1-1. That was back in 2012, in which he was also named an All-Star like he was this year. And Lyons having one of the best seasons of his entire career here in 2015. The 1-1, and Lyons takes a breaking ball again, up and in tight from Sexton, who stands in at 6'6" on the mound. He's an imposing force, 185 pounds, 28 years old, out of Baltimore, Maryland. The 2-1 on the way, and Lyons swings, fists this one foul, first base side, and this is right foul in front of the Ducks dugout. Landed on the field of play, but no chance for any of the Blue Crabs to get to it, so Sean Burrows will pick up the baseball and flip it to a fan in the crowd, sitting a few rows behind the Ducks dugout. So the count is even at 2-2 on Lyons, as Sexton trying to throw up a 1-2-3 inning after his team put up a 4 spot in the opening inning. The 2-2, fastball popped up in the air, foul, first base side again. Over towards the stands is Wilson. On the warning track, he will make the catch in the heel of his glove. And a good start for Tim Sexton in his first start of the year. He retires the Ducks 1-2-3 in the bottom of the first. We go to the second, Blue Crabs 4 and the Ducks nothing.
Hey fans, this is shortstop Dan Lyons, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 1039 LI News Radio.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Start by attending a free MCU home buying seminar. Then speak with one of our loan specialists who will guide you through the loan process. With an affordable mortgage from Municipal Credit Union, Home Sweet Home will be a little sweeter. Call 212-238-3521 or visit nymcu.org to apply for your mortgage today. Municipal Credit Union. Strong, trusted, growing. Municipal Credit Union is an equal housing opportunity lender.
M&V Limousines is the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks. Family owned and operated, they've been in the business for over 23 years. M&V Limousines offers coach buses with Wi-Fi and restrooms, party buses, exotic limousines, and so much more. Whether you're looking for transportation for weddings, proms, corporate outings, or long-distance trips, they've got the right vehicle for you. Visit their showroom in Comac or check them out online at mvlimo.com. M&V Limousines, the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks.
Second inning here at Bethpage Ballpark with the Ducks trailing 4-0. The Ducks and Municipal Credit Union have teamed up again this season to present the Walk with a Purpose promotion. Every time a Long Island Ducks player walks, Municipal Credit Union will make a donation to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Municipal Credit Union serving members since 1916. So Southern Maryland off to the start that they wanted in this game. They've gotten out to a big early lead against Blevins and ran his pitch count up to 36 in the top of the first. And Tim Sexton in his first start with Southern Maryland fires a 1-2-3 bottom of the first inning. So Fred Lewis back to the plate for the second time tonight. He fouls off the first pitch from Blevins, and the count 0-1. Lewis a strikeout victim back in the first inning. And the 0-1 is swung on and missed, again out in front of that changeup. So the count goes to 0-2. Blevins out of the windup. And his offering on the way is swung on and missed. Strike 3. Another breaking ball that Lewis cuts through. Second strikeout of the night for Lewis, the third for Blevins, and that is the first out of the second inning. This is Blevins' first start of the year against the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. 8th start overall. And 4th start here at Bethpage Ballpark. The last time he pitched here was back on August the 1st against Bridgeport. First pitch here to Stevenson, fastball outside corner, strike 1. And in that start, he pitched well but took the loss in a 3-2 defeat, suffering from run support lack in that game. Only 2 runs of support. The 0-1, ripped down the right field line. Will this ball stay fair? It's heading into the corner. It is a fair ball, one hopping off the wall. Stevenson rounds first, going for second. He's in there safely with his first hit of the night, a 1-out double to right. And Stevenson, who drew a walk and scored in the first inning, is on at second with 1 out here in the second. 15th double of the year for Casey Stevenson.
Number 29, Zach Wilson. Number 29.
Early on in this game, Southern Maryland quieting the crowd here at Bethpage Ballpark as fans continue to file in on this Friday night. So runner at second, one out. Here's the first baseman, Zach Wilson, who singled his first time up. And Blevins will once again have to work out of this stretch. First pitch to Wilson. Fastball is in at the knees, a called strike. Blevins allowed 3 runs on 8 hits in 7 innings in that start on August 1st. Walked 1 and struck out 6. And before his win his last time out, the Ducks had lost 4 straight when he was on the mound, but only scored a combined 5 runs in those 4 starts. Here, Blevins misses to even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Wilson was 1 for 4 in last night's game for Southern Maryland and has a count of 1-1 here with the runner at second and 1 out. Blevins comes set, and the pitch on the way is a fastball over the inside corner, another called strike. And that'll run the count to 1-2. Spoke to Stan Clyburn yesterday. Said before the season he didn't think he was going to get back into managing. Wanted to stay a coach somewhere, but not necessarily a manager, which he had done for several years. The 1-2, chopped foul, third base side, a high fastball, and Wilson chased. Last year, he was the hitting coach for the Barnstormers when they won the Atlantic League Championship, defeating Sugar Land 3-0 in the championship series. But Southern Maryland came calling for a managerial position, and Stan Clyburn elected to take it, and earlier this year earned his 1,500th win in his managerial career. So congratulations to him. Here comes the 1-2 to Wilson. Breaking ball, not chasing, and taken low in the zone by Zach Wilson, blocked by Zapata. And the count is even up at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Stevenson, the runner at second with 1 out. And one thing we've noticed about Blevins, maybe more so this year than in previous years, but he's been working very slowly with runners on base in the ballgame. Same thing happened in Sugar Land, Texas. When guys got on, he really took a long time getting the sign from his catcher before dealing with the plate. Here the 2-2. Breaking ball, line down the left field line. This is going to be a base hit and head into the corner. Stevenson rounds third and scores. Wilson goes to second. He will stop right there with the 1-out RBI double. And Southern Maryland extends the lead to 5-0 here in the second inning. Again, Blevins having trouble putting the runner away, or the batter away, I should say, with 2 strikes. And for Wilson, his second hit of the game, his 40th RBI of the season, and his 22nd double.
Left fielder, number 36, Jovan Rosa, number 36.
So back-to-back doubles for the Blue Crabs have produced another run. And now still a runner at second, 1 out. And here is the cleanup hitter, Jovan Rosa, who singled to right and scored his first time up. Blevins comes set, looks to second. First pitch to Rosa is on the inside corner, a called strike. The count 0-1. Seems like Blevins has constantly been getting ahead in the count in this game, but has just had trouble finishing off the Blue Crabs. With the count 0-1 on Rosa. Again, a base hit in his first at bat. Cleanup hitter and left fielder. Now the 0-1. Inside, nearly hit him on the thigh, and that'll even up the count at 1-1. Rosa last night was 0 for 3 at the plate. He drew a walk in the 9th inning to keep the game alive, and eventually scored Southern Maryland's only run on the double by Maddox. That ended the complete game shutout bid for John Brownell. 1-1. Breaking ball popped up in the air to right field. Drifting over towards right center, Phelan Lentini's got a beat on it. He'll make the catch. Back to second goes Wilson. So Jovan Rosa flies to right. That's the second out of the inning. Now with 2 away, that'll leave it up to Gustavo Molina.
Gustavo Molina, number 23.
Well, Molina got the Blue Crabs on the board in that first inning. Worked the count to 3-2 against Bobby Blevins, and then uncorked a grand slam to left field off of that high wall. First grand slam of the year for Southern Maryland, and his team-leading 13th home run of the year. At the plate again here with a chance to drive in the runner from second. From the stretch, first pitch on the way from Bobby Blevins. And Molina takes the fastball up high and outside for a ball 1. Molina delivered a single in his last at-bat last night. He had gotten behind in the count, but with 2 strikes singled in between Burrows and Lyons on the left side of the infield. Here's the 1-0, and Molina takes on the inside corner a fastball called strike, and that evens the count at 1-1. Last year for Blevins set career highs in earned run average, games started, innings pitched, and strikeouts. A great season in what was his first and only full season with the Ducks. The 1-1, breaking ball misses low, and the count 2-1. Looked like he was going to begin a second full year with the Ducks this year, but in the same week that he was signed back in March, he was also then subsequently signed by Brother Elephants in the Chinese Professional Baseball League over in Taiwan. And that's where he began the season before coming back home, resting a bit, and then coming here to Long Island. Here's the 2-1. Molina takes low and outside, ball 3. So Blevins behind on Molina, 3-1, and again a dangerous pitch upcoming from Blevins to Molina. A walk would put 2 on with 2 outs for Craig Maddox, but again, Blevins does not want to leave a pitch near the plate. We saw what happened the first time he did that. And now the 3-1 is a fastball, good pitch, right over the outside corner, a 2-seam fastball for a strike. That's the pitch he needed to throw. So the count 3-2 with 2 outs. Blevins trying to get out of the second inning without any further damage. 1 run already in, the Ducks trailing 5-0. Here is the 3-2, and Molina swings and fouls this one over the screen back behind home plate. Up top, and we'll do it again at 3 balls and 2 strikes. Blevins already up over the 55 pitch mark here in this ball game. So that'll be a 3-2 again from Blevins. Gets the sign from Zapata and the payoff. Swung on and missed, strike 3. Blew the fastball by him this time down in the zone. Foul tipped into the glove. 4 strikeouts for Blevins through 2 innings, and that ends the threat. Southern Maryland does get another run on 2 hits. The back-to-back doubles from Stevenson and Wilson. No errors, they leave 1. And through an inning and a half, it is Southern Maryland 5 and Long Island nothing.
Hey fans, this is closing pitcher Ryan Cushmall, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio.
The results are in. Thousands of PSEG Long Island customers participated in our energy efficiency programs, saving nearly $35 million. Being energy efficient helps our environment too. Together, we've eliminated 21,000 cars worth of emissions in 2014. Thank you, Long Island. We're all making a difference. Discover how we're improving every day to bring you better service at www.pseglyny.com/efficiency.
Have your birthday at the ballpark this season and celebrate with the flock. Kona Ice birthday party packages with the Long Island Ducks are now available. Each package includes 10 box seats, a commemorative birthday t-shirt and autographed baseball, a pizza and Kona Ice party in the Hebrew National Picnic area, and so much more. Best of all, the birthday child will stand on the dugout while the entire crowd sings happy birthday. Reserve your party today by calling the group sales department at 631-940-3825. Kona Ice birthday parties with the Long Island Ducks, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. To the bottom of the second inning with the Ducks in a 5-0 hold time for the Ducks Health Report, which is brought to you by Island Shore Physical Therapy, the official therapist of the Long Island Ducks. A couple players out on the active roster with injuries right now, including Blake Davis, who is dealing with a groin injury. He's day-to-day. And John Griffin, who has the hairline fracture in his hand after being hit by a pitch on Sunday. No timetable yet on his return. And 3 players are out on the disabled list right now with injuries, including Randy Ruiz, who is suffering from a hamstring injury, as well as Jose Morales, who has a hamstring injury, and Eric Kamatsu, who has the arm injury. Up to the plate steps Sean Burrows. First pitch from Sexton is a fastball strike on the outside corner, 0-1. Sexton beginning his second inning of work after throwing a 1-2-3 bottom of the first inning on just 13 pitches. 5-0 Southern Maryland in front in the 0-1. And Burrows takes the fastball up and outside, even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Last year, Sexton was in the Padres and Athletics organizations pitched at AA and AAA, combined to pitch in 29 games total. The 1-1, and Burrows chops one on the ground to the right side. The first baseman Wilson will field. The underhand toss to the bag is in time to retire Burrows, and that is the first out in the second inning.
Hitting in the fifth position for Long Island, the third baseman, number 2, Cody Puckett, number 2.
So with the one away, Cody Puckett will be the batter. Third baseman tonight after having played primarily at second base since the trip down to Sugar Land when Lyons was having trouble with the shoulder and could only serve as the DH. But Puckett gets the start at third tonight with Hughes at second and Lyons at short. First pitch, Puckett takes a fastball strike over the inside corner. And the count 0-1. Sexton's last outing again came August the 11th against the Bridgeport Bluefish in a 6-5 win through a scoreless inning. Faced just 2 batters. And here breaking ball's in for a called strike. And the count 0-2 by mistake score through faced 3 batters in his 1 inning of work. So Puckett in a quick 0-2 hole. Sexton out on the mound throwing strikes here early. And the 0-2 on the way is swung and lined over third and into left field, a base hit. Good 2-strike piece of hitting there for Cody Puckett. He singles over third and to left, and that extends his hitting streak to 11 consecutive games.
Batting fifth for Long Island, the designated hitter, number 9, Mike Blank, number 9.
Puckett has a very quiet hitting streak going on right now. 11 straight games, and in his last 10 games before tonight, was hitting just 286 during the 10-game hitting streak. Usually you see some high averages during hitting streaks, and for Puckett, it's been a lot of 1-for-3s, 1-for-4s in there, 1-for-5s a little bit too, but he's been getting on base pretty much every game. And going back to July 23rd, he's now earned a hit in 19 of his last 21, as Mike Blank takes a breaking ball strike on the outside corner. And the count is 0-1, so there's the first hit and first base runner for the Ducks. And it'll be an 0-1 from Sexton to Blank, who is the DH and 6-hitter. Kicks and fires, and Blank swings, fouls it right back to the screen. And he's now behind the count at 0-2. The second straight day, Mike Blank getting the half day as the designated hitter. And he had been catching a lot of late, so I don't know if this is just to get him some extra rest. But 2 days in a row, Nelfi Zapata has caught. The 0-2, and Blank takes the curveball downstairs. That is ball 1. Checked earlier today, no injury was given at all for Blank. He seems to be healthy, and I think just to get him some rest with the fact that he's had a catch pretty much every day of late. 1-2 on the way, and Blank chops one on the ground slowly to third. Charging in is Stevenson. He fields, throws on the run in time for the out. So Blank retired at first, crossing over to second base, Cody Puckett. And the Ducks with a runner at second and 2 away for Anthony Vega.
Hitting in the 7th position for your Long Island Ducks, will left fielder number 27, Anthony Vega, number 27.
So with 2 down in the runner in scoring position, here is Anthony Vega to the plate. Left-handed hitter, and he is the left fielder for Long Island. We'll see if he can drive home the first run of the game for Long Island. Time called at home plate by the catcher, Gustavo Molina. Wants to go through the signs again with his right-hander. Both Vega and Sexton are ready. And now the first pitch is a fastball right down the middle for strike 1. Vega hitting .271 on the year, 2 homers, 14 runs batted in. The second home run came here last night. A 2-run blast over the right field wall that gave the Ducks a 4-0 lead in the 4th. The 0-1, and Vega takes another fastball in for a strike. Quickly behind in the count, 0-2. I think he thought it was too far inside. From here, looked like a pretty good pitch. So the count 0-2 on Anthony Vega. Puckett leads at second with 2 away. And Sexton's 0-2 pitch is a fastball that just missed the inside corner this time. Trying to go for that same spot, but this one a little bit too far inside. The count 1-2. Sexton, a former 25th round draft pick in 2007 by the Dodgers, and spent 8 seasons in affiliated baseball with 4 different organizations. Here, a ground ball, left side through, base hit for Vega. Puckett will round third. He is going to come home to score. It's a 2-out RBI single through the left side for Anthony Vega. The Ducks are on the scoreboard, and they close to within 5-1. Good piece of hitting there for Anthony Vega. Sat back on that pitch from Tim Sexton and hit a ground ball right in between third and short. And no chance for either Frawley or Stevenson to get it. Vega his 15th RBI of the season. The Ducks have cracked the scoreboard against Tim Sexton, and they cut the deficit back down to 4.
Number 39.
So Vega will lead at first with 2 away. And here is Nelfi Zapata to the plate. Catching for the second straight day for Long Island. First pitch on the way, and Zapata takes a fastball on the outside corner for strike 1. Zapata made his Ducks debut last night and was 0 for 3 with a pair of strikeouts at the plate. Signed yesterday after earlier this season getting released by the Mets. He had been in AAA Las Vegas earlier this season. 0-1. Fastball again hits the outside corner for a strike. And Zapata behind in the count at 0-2. Vega, the runner at first base with 2 down. And Sexton ready to deal 0-2 to Zapata. The kick and the pitch on the way. Fastball missed way up high. Duck now being out hit 7-2 in this game. The 2 singles in the inning, including the base hit from Vega, have given the Ducks a run. Here comes the 1-2, and Zapata takes the breaking ball low and outside. Now we'll even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Ducks have won 5 straight games over the Blue Crabs, 7 of 9 overall this season. And all 5 of their wins in this 5-game stretch have come here at Bethpage Ballpark. 2-2. Fouled off down the right field line. Out of play off the bat of Zapata. Now to keep the count even at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Second baseman Grant Sawatsky shaded up the middle here. Playing much closer to second, so a big hole on the right side of the infield. Vega leads. There he goes for second. 2-2. Breaking ball is taken low. And no throw down to second base, so a steal for Anthony Vega. And that is his 9th stolen base in 11 attempts this year. So the Ducks get the runner in a scoring position with 2 outs. Zapata has done a good job working the count from 0-2 to 3-2. And now let's see if he can deliver another run-scoring 2-out hit. Payoff pitch on the way, and Zapata swings, grounds it weakly here towards third. Charging in Stevenson, Fields throws on the run in time for the out, and that will end the inning. Ducks get a run on 2 hits, no errors, and they leave 1. And we have played 2 here at Bethpage Ballpark on this Friday night. It is now 5-1, Blue Crabs over the Ducks.
Hey fans, this is first baseman John Griffin, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 1039 LI News Radio.
James Simmons is going back. He is looking up, and on the Park Night, that one is gone and reaches a kennel in Central Islip.
That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
We head to the 3rd inning here in Central Islip, New York. The Ducks in an early 5-1 hole. Ducks fans discover the difference at Huntington Honda and find Long Island's all-star lineup of over 1,200 new Hondas. Huntington Honda steps up to the plate to treat every customer with no pressure, respect, and grand slam service after the sale. Discover the difference in a winning buying experience at HuntingtonHondaCars.com and then visit Huntington Honda on Jericho Turnpike just east of Route 110. So the Ducks are able to start chipping away at this deficit. It's now a 5-1 game. Craig Maddox to lead off, and he lines a base hit right up the middle in a center field off of Blevins. 8th hit already given up by the Ducks right-hander. And Maddox, with his second single up the middle of the game, is on to lead things off in the 3rd inning. Well, when you face an early deficit like the Ducks have, falling behind 5-0, it's imperative to do two things. One, at least try and chip away and get back in the game piece by piece. But number two, it's important for your starter to settle down and try and throw some zeros up on the scoreboard to give the offense a chance. And Blevins gave up a run in the 2nd inning after the 4-run first. Now 1 on, nobody out here in the 3rd, and the first pitch is in for strike 1 to Casey Frawley, the shortstop and 7-hitter. Count 0-1. Frawley, a strikeout victim back in the 1st, 1 of 4 for Blevins in the game, all 4 of which have been swinging. Here comes the 0-1, and Frawley, a check swing. Pitch taken outside. Blevins was wondering where the pitch was. I guess it was too far off the outside corner, so the count is even up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Frawley last night was 1 for 3 at the plate. Had a single, was hit by a pitch, but ultimately popped to short, representing the tying run in the 9th inning. And here a pitch down in the dirt, good block by Zapata. And the count goes to 2 balls and a strike on Frawley. Again, with a tough 2 innings so far for Blevins, his pitch count has skyrocketed to 61 in the game, and it's going to be imperative for him to try and have some quick innings to give the Ducks pitching staff some length in this game. After the rough start, I'm sure Kevin Byers hoping he can at least give him 5 if possible. 2-1. Runner goes late, and Frawley swings, and it's a high drive to center, well hit, going back Delta Cleary Jr., but he'll catch up to it and make the grab. Back to first goes Maddox. And that is the first out of the 3rd inning. Hit and run put on there by manager Stan Clyburn. And Frawley able to make contact, but he skies it to center field for the out. So 1 on at first with 1 out. And here's the lefty swinging Anton DeJesus, who singled to right in his first at bat. So DeJesus will dig in. Blevins will look for the sign, working out of the stretch. First pitch. Fastball is over the outside corner for strike 1. DeJesus hit a little flare his first at bat into shallow right center, and Lentini gave chase, but ultimately could not make the grab. 1 of 5 hits in the 1st inning for Southern Maryland. The 0-1. Ground ball foul at the first baseline on a curveball. And Blevins quickly ahead in the count here, 0-2. Going to be a big weekend coming up on this homestand, the final 2 games of the homestand. Tomorrow night, a fireworks extravaganza, pyrotechnical fireworks extravaganza will follow the ball game. That's the 3rd game of this series. The 0-2, fouled back to the screen by DeJesus, breaking ball up and away. And then on Sunday, a big finale to the homestand. It'll be Ray Navarrete Day here at the ballpark. The first 1,500 fans are going to take home bobbleheads of Ray, courtesy of Digme, his clothing company. And the Ducks will retire his number 16 here at Bethpage Ballpark. He'll be just the 2nd Ducks player ever to have his jersey number retired. Here's the 0-2. DeJesus swings, lifts this one in the air to center. Charging over and in is Delta Cleary Jr. to his left. He'll make the catch. Back-to-back flyouts to center for the Blue Crabs after the leadoff base hit by Maddox. And with 2 away, that'll leave it up to the 2nd baseman, Grant Sawatsky.
Pizza Hut K-Man, 2nd baseman, number 7, Grant Zawatsky.
Should be a very lovely pregame ceremony planned. Video highlights from Ray's career, some words from Ray, special presentations on the field. And for Ray Navarrete, who spent 8 seasons here with the Ducks and helped them to back-to-back Atlantic League championships in the final 2 years of his career, should be a great day for both him and for Ducks fans. First pitch is a breaking ball in the outside corner to Grant Sawatsky, strike 1. 9-hitter and 2nd baseman flew out to center his first time up. It's also the Pizza Hut K-Man tonight, so the Ducks fans here hoping that he will strike out. So that way they can redeem their game ticket for some free breadsticks at Pizza Hut. Blevins set. Looks over his shoulder to first, and now time is called. Blevins paying attention there to the runner at first, Maddox, who was 2 for 4 in the stolen base department this year. Oh, 1 breaking ball inside corner, another called strike. So Grant Zawatsky behind 0-2. And we'll see if Blevins can complete the strikeout and give the fans some free breadsticks. Leading at first base with 2 out is Maddox. Blevins trying for his first scoreless inning of the game. And his 0-2 on the way is swung and fouled over the screen back behind home plate. That up and out of play. We'll do it again at no balls and 2 strikes. Blevins comes set again, and is 0-2. Breaking ball missed low and outside. Zawatsky would not give chase. Came into the game hitting just 190 on the year, 11 for 58 since joining the Blue Crabs. No homers and 2 runs batted in, but he has scored 9 runs. Maddox still leading at first. Now Blevins' 1-2 pitch. And it is swung on and missed. Nope, just foul tip. Just getting a piece of it was Zawatsky. Lost sight of the ball there. It was drilled straight down into the dirt. And couldn't see it through the legs of Warren Nicholson, the home plate umpire, or Nelfi Zapata, the catcher. So the count stays at 1-2, and Blevins again looking for the final strike of the third. Comes set on the mound, kicks and fires, and Zawatsky swings, lines this one into left center field. On the run, Delta Cleary Jr. He makes the running grab. All 3 assists, or 3 putouts in the inning made by Delta Cleary Jr. A nice running catch. Second time he's made a nice running grab to retire Zawatsky, and that'll end the inning. No runs, 1 hit, 1 left for Southern Maryland. Blevins with his first scoreless inning of the game. We go to the bottom of the third. It's the Blue Crabs 5, the Ducks 1.
Hey fan, this is outfielder Delta Cleary Jr. You're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 1039 LI News Radio.
Spring into a new Honda at Huntington Honda and pay $59 a month for a new 2015 Honda Civic LX sedan. $59. So spring into Huntington Honda on Jericho Turnpike just east of Route 110 or HuntingtonHondaCars.com.
Huntington Honda, discover the difference.
Auto 24-month lease, total due at inception. Civic $31.90 includes bank fee, first month's payment, no security deposit. Taxes, DMV, title fees extra with excellent credit through HFS.
Baseball fans, the Long Island Ducks mobile app has officially arrived. Powered by Clear Vision Apps, it's your one-stop shop for all things Ducks baseball. Buy tickets straight from your mobile device. Receive game status updates with push notifications. Check out up-to-the-minute news and scores and interact with the Ducks on social media. Best of all, it's free. Download the Ducks mobile app today by visiting the App Store on your Apple-powered device or Google Play on your Android-powered device. The Long Island Ducks mobile app, with you wherever you flock to. On to the bottom of the third inning, and when Grant Zawatsky flew out to center to end the top of the third, that was the 15th out of tonight's ball game. Did you know that a 15-minute phone call to Geico could save you 15% or more on your car insurance? Get a free quote today. Call 1-800-947-AUTO. That's 1-800-947-AUTO, or visit geico.com. So to the bottom of the third inning we go. The Ducks will try and cut further into this deficit, which now stands at 5-1. And here is Carlos Hughes to the plate. First at bat of the night, squares to bunt, pulls back and takes a fastball over the inside corner for strike 1. Hughes had the day off yesterday. And now back in the lineup with Steve McQuail getting the day off. Switch hitter from the left side. And the 0-1, swing and a miss way out in front of that breaking ball from Tim Sexton, who begins his third inning of work. And the count quickly, 0-2. Ducks got their first run of the game in the second on the 2-out RBI single by Anthony Vega. And the 0-2 to Hughes is a fastball a bit high. Count goes to 1-2. Hughes so far 6 hits and 30 at-bats with the Ducks, a .200 average, no homers, a run batted in, and 4 runs scored. The 1-2, and Hughes swings, chops one on the ground, weakly to second. Fielded there by Zawatsky. His throw to first is in time to retire Hughes, and that's the first out of the third.
Back to the top of the order, field log on the Ducks, with right fielder number 22, Phelan Lentini, number 22.
So the one away, Phelan Lentini will come up to home plate. He is going to bat in the leadoff spot of the order again for the Ducks tonight. Flew out to center field his first time up back in the opening inning. Hit the ball hard, but hit it right at Anton DeJesus. Sexton works out of the stretch, and his first pitch to Lentini is a breaking ball that hits the outside corner for strike one. Lentini waving the bat from the right side, wearing the high black socks, and now the 0-1 is up and away. Sexton missed, the count even up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Blue Crabs had a great first half of the season, but really have been struggling in the second half. They really haven't lost too many players, but just haven't had that same ability to win games like they did in the first half. 1-1, fouled back to the screen. The count goes to 1-2. A big part of that, too, is Lancaster and York, 2 members of their own division, really struggled in the first half. And a bit easier for Southern Maryland to get those wins when they were struggling so poorly. York and Lancaster have both really turned their seasons around here in the second half. And the Barnstormers leading the Revolution by 4 games in the Freedom Division. The 1-2, breaking ball, low and outside, taken there by Lentini for ball 2. Two years ago, Sexton pitched with AA San Antonio and had a career-low 1.71 ERA. Making the spot start here today and trying to get Southern Maryland a victory. He's gotten the early run support, and now the 2-2 to Lentini is swung and grounded back up the middle. Will it sneak through? Yes, it's grabbed there by the shortstop, but his throw is high, goes one hop and into the crowd, and that's going to allow Lentini to go to second base. So it's going to be a base hit for Lentini. Not a smart play there for the shortstop Frawley to throw it. A base hit for Lentini, going to be the 3rd hit of the game for the Ducks. And then on the error by Casey Frawley, his 9th of the year, down to second base goes Phelan Lentini. So the Ducks with a runner in scoring position and 1 away. And here's Delta Cleary Jr. to the plate. Sexton from the stretch deals, and Cleary Jr. swings, chops it foul. The first base side of the play, they count 0-1. And as I was saying, no chance for Frawley to really get Lentini there. Even a perfect throw, I don't think gets him. And you give him credit for trying, but at the same time, if you just eat that ball, Lentini's at first with 1 out. It sets up the double play. Instead, you throw it, it bounces into the camera well, and on the error, Lentini's allowed to go to second base. The 0-1. Cleary Jr. hits one in the air to center, right at DeJesus. Barely had a move, and he'll make the catch. Lentini will have to stay put at second. So Cleary Jr. lines out to center for the second out of the inning. He is now over 2, and with 2 away, that'll leave it up to the shortstop and 3-hitter, Dan Lyons.
Look on the shortstop, number 12, Dan Lyons, number 12.
So here is Lyons to the plate. He popped out foul to the first baseman, Zach Wilson, his first time up. Chance to drive home Lentini from second and set a new career high for RBIs as a Duck. First pitch on the way, and Lyons takes a big breaking ball up and inside for ball 1. Lyons has reached base safely in 19 of his last 20 games, hitting .361 in that span, 26 of 72. Now the 1-0 from Sexton, looking back to second, deals to the plate, and Lyons takes a fastball strike over the outside corner to even the count at 1-1. 5-1 Blue Crabs here in inning number 3. Ducks got a 2-out RBI single last inning. Let's see if they can do it again here this inning. The 1-1, big curveball missed inside. And Lions now ahead in the count 2-1. Sexton to this point has thrown 48 pitches, 33 for strikes. Again, has not thrown more than 2 innings in any of his outings this year. So this is already his longest appearance of the season. 2-1 on the way, and Lyons swings, grounds it to second base. Off the glove of the second baseman, Zawatsky into shallow right, and Lyons is going to reach on Southern Maryland's second error of the inning. That's going to be an error on Zawatsky, who had plenty of time to make that play, but just could not feel the bounce properly, and it rolled up his arm. So for Zawatsky, his second error of the season, second error of the inning for Southern Maryland. And with 2 away, that's going to leave it up to the first baseman, Sean Burrows. The Ducks have a chance to capitalize on a couple miscues defensively here for the Blue Crabs. So up to the plate steps Sean Burrows, batting from the left side. Runners at the corners and 2 out for Long Island. Sexton stretch, first pitch, and Burrows swings, grounds it to second base. This time Zawatsky fields on a hop, throws to first in time for the out. And the Ducks are unable to take advantage of the 2 errors by Southern Maryland. No runs, 1 hit, the aforementioned 2 errors, and the Ducks leave 2. And through 3 innings here at Bethpage Ballpark, it remains the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs 5 and the Long Island Ducks 1.
Hey fans, this is relief pitcher Bruce Kern, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 1039 LI News Radio.
Few places on earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
Hey Ducks fans, stay up to date with Long Island's hometown team by visiting Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Quack of the Bat will bring Ducks fans beyond the headlines with in-depth feature articles, breaking news stories, game previews, post-game wrap-ups, and so much more. Interact with the team during the entire season through quotes directly from the players and coaches, as well as exclusive video clips and photos. Check out the blog today at quackofthebat.wordpress.com. Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Fourth inning means it's time for our fourth inning trivia, where we test your knowledge of the Long Island Ducks, the Atlantic League, and baseball as a whole. And today's question revolves around the Major League Baseball circuit, but it does have a Ducks tie. This date, August the 14th, 34 years ago, back in 1981, a former Seattle Mariner in a 13-3 win over the Minnesota Twins hit 3 home runs off of 3 different pitchers. Fred Lewis hits the first pitch here to left field. Fairly well hit, but playable for Anthony Vega, who drifts back and makes the catch for the first out of the inning. So again, 34 years ago today, this former Seattle Mariner, 3 home runs off of 3 different pitchers, drove in 6 runs with a 2-run, a 3-run, and a solo home run. The question, who was that player? And we will give you a hint. He is the father of a current Long Island Ducks player. Former Seattle Mariner, played 34 years ago, had 3 home runs off of 3 different pitchers on this date, August the 14th, and he's the father of a current Long Island Ducks player. We'll let you think about it. We'll give you the answer in the bottom half of this fourth inning. 1 out, nobody on. First pitch to Casey Stevenson is a fastball strike. The count 0-1. So with the fly out to left by Lewis, he is now 0 for 3. Had 2 strikeouts in his first 2 at-bats. Stevenson, meanwhile, has been on base twice. A walk, a double, and has scored twice. The 0-1 is a fastball on the outside corner, and Blevins quickly ahead here, 0-2. Big third inning for Blevins. He allowed a leadoff single, then got 3 straight flyouts to center to end the threat. Now the 0-2. Breaking ball fouled off down the left field line, out of play. So we'll do it again at 0-2. Blevins looking into the plate. Stevenson from the left side waits as the 0-2 offering here as a check swing foul. Back to the screen behind home plate, and we'll do it once again at no balls and 2 strikes. So it'll be an 0-2 pitch once again. Stevenson trying to get on for the 3rd time in this game. And the 0-2, breaking ball, line into right field. On the run is Phelan Lantini over into the gap. He won't get it. That will drop in for a base hit. It's going to roll all the way to the wall. Stevenson on his way to second. He's going to stop there as the throw comes into Hughes. And Casey Stevenson has his 2nd double of the night and has been on base all 3 times he has come to the plate. A line drive into the gap that Phelan Lantini could not race down, just kept falling too quickly. So Stevenson now with 2 doubles in the game, 16 for the season.
Zach Wilson, number 29.
And the first 2 times he's been on, he's come around to score. That is not good news for the Ducks. So now a runner at second base with 1 out. And up to the plate steps Zach Wilson, who has also been on base both times he has come to the plate. 9 hits now for the Blue Crabs off of Bobby Blevins. First pitch upcoming here to Wilson, and he'll take a fastball at the belt for strike 1. Wilson delivered a single to center in the first inning and ended up scoring later in the inning on a Molina grand slam, and then in the second had an RBI double down the left field line that scored Stevenson. The 0-1, and fastball missed low from Blevins to even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. 5-1, the Blue Crabs leading the Ducks here in the top of the 4th inning. The 1-1 pitch upcoming. Kicks and fires, and Wilson takes under the hands up and inside for a ball. And that will run the count to 2-1. Stevenson, the runner at second base, doesn't have a ton of speed. 3 steals this year in 5 attempts. The 2-ball, 1 strike offering here. Breaking ball catches the outside corner. Good pitch there from Blevins. That'll even up the count at 2-2. Blevins now at 82 pitches for the game. Lots of games remaining between these 2 teams. They have 2 more left in the series after tonight. 4 down in Southern Maryland at the end of the month as the 2-2 here fouled off. First base side back behind the plate. And then in September, the 4th through the 7th, Labor Day weekend here at Bethpage Ballpark. Well, both times that Wilson has reached base on a hit in this game have come with 2 strikes. He's got 2 strikes again here at 2-2. So if Blevins can finally retire him in this game, the 2-2 pitch on the way, and Wilson takes a fastball on the outside corner called strike 3. So he is finally able to retire Zach Wilson. 5th strikeout of the ball game for Blevins. With 2 away, that is going to leave it up to the left fielder, Jovan Rosa.
The left fielder, number 36, Jovan Rosa.
So Wilson is now 2 for 3. Here is Rosa, who is 1 for 2 in the game. A single to right his first time up, later scored, and then flew out to right field in the 2nd inning. Blevins gets the sign from Nelfi Zapata. And we'll step off and go through the signs again. See if Tim Sexton comes back out for the 4th inning. Again, pitched 3 days ago and has not pitched more than 2 innings in a start this year. Until tonight, he's thrown 3. First pitch to Rosa. Fastball missed outside. And the count goes to 1-0. Rosa again last night 0 for 3 with a run scored. And Drew Walker in his final plate appearance. Began the year up with the Bridgeport Bluefish before making his way down to Southern Maryland. Here's the 1-0. Rosa swings and misses. Big hack there from the Blue Crabs left fielder, but could not make the contact. And so that will leave it up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Stevenson continues to lead at second base with 2 down. trying to get their 5-run lead back to 1-1. And Rosa takes low and outside. 2 balls and a strike now on Rosa. Blevins in 2012 and 2013 joined the Ducks late in the year and then helped them to their back-to-back Atlantic League titles. The 2-1 popped up in the air, foul, first base side. Burrows chasing towards the Ducks dugout on the warning track, cannot make the catch. Just ran out of room, and it ended up landing right in front of the dugout. So the foul ball makes it a 2-ball, 2-strike count. And again, Blevins is 1 strike away from getting out of the inning without allowing a run. Trying to throw back-to-back scoreless innings after giving up 4 in the first and 1 in the second. It's a 5-1 Blue Crabs lead, top of the 4th here at Bethpage Ballpark. 2-2, and Rosa takes the fastball just inside. That runs the count full at 3-2. No force, so very unlikely that the runner, Casey Stevenson's going to take off for third and never want to make the last out at third base in an inning. 3-2, and Rosa swings, pops it foul again to the first base side, out of play. Fights off the tough pitch from Blevins to stay alive. We'll do it again with a full count. Tomorrow the Ducks will send righty Bruce Kern out to the mound, trying to bounce back from a tough start his last time out. And I'll be facing right-hander Brian Grenning. Payoff. Line drive, right center field, well hit. Going back, Phelan Lentini. He's not going to catch this one, or maybe he will. He does. He runs up to it and makes the catch. The way he reacted, it looked like that one was going to be over his head, but I spoke too soon. Lentini made it look easy and makes the grab in right, and that ends the inning. Nice job by Lentini to retire Rosa and end the thread. No runs, 1 hit, and 1 left for the Blue Crabs. We go to the bottom of the 4th. Southern Maryland 5 and Long Island 1.
Hey fans, this is right-handed pitcher Frank DiGiulio, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 1039 LI News Radio.
Hey, Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Upsky Long Island Hotel in Hauppauge. It's centrally located on the north shore of Long Island and offers a home away from home for both business and leisure guests. The Upsky Long Island Hotel features an indoor pool, 24-hour business center, a fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi in all guest rooms. Enjoy the contemporary American cuisine at the Fountain Grill restaurant or grab a quick bite to eat at Cafe Pronto. Best of all, it's only minutes from Bethpage Ballpark. The Upsky Long Island Hotel, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 231-1100 today. That's 631-231-1100.
Family fun every time. Beautiful evening for baseball. Big action every time.
He reaches up, it's gone!
Great value every time.
And the Ducks have won it 7-1.
The Ducks schedule is loaded with new promotions this season, and with an average ticket price of just $10 and free parking, there is no better value on Long Island. For game times and tickets, visit liducks.com. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
Back at Bethpage Ballpark, a second straight scoreless inning from Bobby Blevins means we'll go to the bottom of the 4th with the Ducks still trailing 5-1. Time for the answer to tonight's 4th inning trivia, where we test your knowledge of the Long Island Ducks, the Atlantic League, and baseball as a whole. Gave you the question in the top half of the inning. 34 years ago today, on August 14th, 1981, a former Seattle Mariner hit 3 home runs off of 3 different pitchers. And the Mariners' 13-3 win over the Minnesota Twins. We wanted to know who that player was, and we gave you a hint, which we'll give you again after the first pitch here to Cody Puckett, which misses low for ball 1. The hint was he is the father of a current Long Island Ducks player. And if you guessed Jeff Burroughs, you would be correct. Jeff Burroughs, who is the father of Ducks first baseman Sean Burroughs, was the man who hit 3 home runs off of 3 different pitchers on this date 34 years ago. Puckett now ahead in the count 2-0 after taking a ball up high from Tim Sexton, who begins his 4th inning of work. And this is a spot start tonight, the 2-0. And Puckett hits a fly ball in the air to center. Shallow on the run, Anton DeJesus still coming on, and he'll make the catch. Basket style and center to retire Puckett. And that's the first out of the 4th inning. Burrows ended up having, Jeff Burrows that is, had a pretty good major league career, 16 seasons in the big leagues. Played with the Washington Senators, the Texas Rangers, the Atlanta Braves, the Seattle Mariners, the Oakland Athletics, and the Toronto Blue Jays from 1970 to 1985. Was the 1974 American League Most Valuable Player. Was an All-Star that year, as well as in 1978 in the National League with the Braves. First pitch is in for a called strike. The count 0-1 on Mike Blank. Burrows reached the postseason once in 1985 with the Toronto Blue Jays, lost to the Royals in the ALCS as Blank takes up and in. And the count even up at 1-1. Blank a ground out to third his first time up. And then it's Sean ended up playing 7 seasons in the major leagues with a few different teams. So the Burrows connection, part of today's trivia question. The 1-1, and Blank will swing and ground it to the right side. Nice backhanded pick by Wilson, drops it, recovers, throws to first, not in time. They say the throw pulled the pitcher off the bag, and now Stan Clyburn is going to come out. And that's going to be the third error of the inning as Zach Wilson, who bobbled the ball, and then the throw pulled the pitcher, Sexton off the bag. Stan Clyburn now comes out of the dugout to argue with Tom Major, the first base umpire. That's left to be an error on Wilson, his 8th of the year. And Southern Maryland with 3 errors already in the ball game. That allows Mike Blank to reach. So Clyburn has his say with Tom Major at first, still discussing things. Now he will head back to the third base dugout. And last night there were a couple plays in which the Ducks thought that they had hits. Delta Cleary Jr. on a sac bunt attempt looked like he had beaten the throw to first and that the throw had pulled the first baseman off the bag, but Warren Nicholson called him out in the first inning. Replay on YouTube showed that the foot of Zach Wilson was at least 3 feet off the bag when he caught the ball. First pitch here to Anthony Vega, misses up and outside, ball 1. Of course, there is no replay in the Atlantic League for umpires like there is in the major leagues. Then later in the game, Cody Puckett looking like he had reached on an infield single up the middle. Here comes a 1-0. And Vega takes a fastball on the outside corner for a strike to even the count. It looked like Puckett had beaten the throw, but Nicholson called Puckett out. And the replay again looked like Puckett's foot had touched the bag before the ball had gone into the glove of Wilson. 1-1 here to Vega. Takes off the outside edge again. He's now ahead in the count, 2-1. Has driven in the only run of the game for Long Island thus far, an RBI single with 2 outs and 2 strikes in the second inning through the left side. 2-1, swing and a miss. Big breaking ball, and way out in front of it was Vega. So the count even up at 2-2. Sexton still in the ball game here. 60 pitches now in the game, 40 for strikes. He's done a good job of finding the strike zone here, and the 2-2 breaking ball is on the inside corner for strike 3. Nice curveball from Sexton. That is his first strikeout of the night. Vega retired for the second out. And that'll leave it up to Nelfi Zapata. 5 second station identification here on LI News Radio. 5-1 Blue Crabs as we play here in the bottom of the 4th inning. Ducks with a runner at first, 2 out. First pitch to Zapata is on the outside corner for strike 1. Zapata a ground out to third base in his first at bat, still looking for his first Ducks hit. He's 0 for his first 4. Blank leads at first with 2 away. There he goes for second. The 0-1 breaking ball is in for a strike. Again, no throw down to second base. That's the second steal of the game for Long Island. Earlier in the game was Anthony Vega, and now Mike Blank with the stolen base. And that is his 5th steal of the year. He's now 5 of 9. 0-2, and Zapata takes the breaking ball low and outside. Runs the count to 1 ball and 2 strikes. Molina not making an attempt on either play to throw down to second base, letting the Ducks steal second and ahead by 4. You have a little bit of that luxury. The 1-2, slashed foul, first base side into the crowd. And it appears as though everybody is okay. over in, it looks like section 206. The 1-2 again. And Zapata swings at the breaking ball, fouls this one off, upstairs and out of play, first base side of the field once again. Zapata began the year with the Mets AAA affiliate, the Las Vegas 51s, hit 162 there, 6 of 37. No homers or RBIs, scored 4 runs before being released by the Mets. I've spent 7 seasons in their organization. 1-2, breaking ball, line into center field. Will this get down for a hit on the run to Jesus? He can't get it. It drops in, a base hit. Around third and in to score is Mike Blank. It's a 2-out RBI single for Nelfi Zapata, his first hit and first run batted in as a Duck, and Long Island closes to within 5-2. Well, he didn't need to hit it all that hard, but he found the right spot of the field to get it to. A shallow flare into center that fell in front of DeJesus and behind the second baseman Zawatsky. So Nelfi Zapata in his 5th at-bat as a Duck picks up his first hit and his first RBI. The Ducks take advantage of the error by Zach Wilson and score a run. And it's now a 5-2 game. Here's Carlos Hughes to the plate. First pitch is a breaking ball outside, ball 1. Again, the Ducks are no strangers to comebacks this year. As a team, they have 27 come from behind victories this season. Here's the 1-0, a throw over to first, and Zapata is back to the bag. But there are especially no strangers to comebacks against this Blue Crabs team. Last time before yesterday that Southern Maryland was here was back on June 10th. I'll tell you about that game after the 1-0 to Hughes. And it's swung and grounded over the middle. Will this sneak through? Past Zawatsky into center, a base hit. Zapata rounds third, will hold on. The throw comes back to second. He just snuck his hand back in ahead of the tag of Frawley. And almost a base running blunder there by Zapata, but ultimately save at second on Carlos Hughes' first hit of the game. And all of a sudden, the Ducks will now bring the tying run to the plate in Phelan Lentini. But first, a visit from Dan Riker, the pitching coach for the Blue Crabs, who's going to go out to the mound and talk things over with his right-hander, Tim Sexton, and try and settle him down. Well, in that game again on June the 10th, Ducks were trying to complete a 4-game sweep of the Blue Crabs. They fell behind early in the game 9-3. And on winning inning Wednesday, the Ducks stormed back with 7 runs in the 7th inning to take a 10-9 lead en route to a 10-9 win over the Blue Crabs. And because the Ducks scored 7 runs in the 7th inning, which was the situation that needed to occur on winning inning Wednesday, Ginny Steele of Amityville was the lucky winner of $10,000 here at Bethpage Ballpark.
Back to the top of the order for your log.
Tonight is not winning inning Wednesday. It's actually Foul Pole Friday. For a Duck to win Ducks fan to win $50,000 tonight, they would need Sean Burrows to hit a home run off of one of the foul poles here at Bethpage Ballpark. So all of a sudden, back-to-back 2-out singles for the Ducks have A, produced a run, and B, brought the tying run to the plate in Phelan Lentini, who is 1 for 2 in the ball game. Sexton comes set from the stretch, his first pitch, and Lentini takes the fastball low and outside, ball 1. Zapata the runner at second, Hughes the runner at first. Hughes has the better speed of the two. And with the back-to-back hits, the Ducks now have 5 hits in this ball game compared to Southern Maryland's 9. Here's the 1-0. Lentini swings, hits a line drive to left center on the run to Jesus. He will catch up to it and make the grab. And that retires Lentini for the final out of the 4th. But the Ducks continue to chip away. They take advantage of the error. They get a run on 2 hits, an unearned run. 2 hits, 1 error, and they leave 2 more on the base paths. 4 innings complete now here at Bethpage Ballpark, and it's now a 3-run game. 5-2 the Blue Crabs in front.
Hey fans, this is pitcher Patrick Kreider, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 1039 LI News Radio.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicoloc paving stones and walls. Nicoloc's specially formulated paver shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicoloc. Visit the Nicoloc Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or Nicoloc.com.
Let Nicoloc Paver, let Nicoloc Pavers pave your way.
Enjoy the ultimate VIP fan experience at Bethpage Ballpark this season by taking in a Ducks game from the brand new Trout Town Fan Can. Presented by Roscoe Beer Company, the Fan Can is available for rental at all Ducks home games. It features 12 Dream Seat theater-style padded seats, beverage holders, an air-conditioned atmosphere, and an incredible view of the game. Packages are now available with food and beverage included. To reserve your Fan Can outing today, call the Ducks Group Sales Department at 631-940-3825. The Trout Town Fan Can at Bethpage Ballpark. Your VIP experience has arrived. To the fifth inning we go here at Bethpage Ballpark on a lovely Friday evening for baseball, and the Ducks have closed to within 3. It's now a 5-2 game, and Bobby Blevins back out to the mound for the Ducks for his fifth inning of work. They'll face Molina, Maddox, and Frawley. The 5, 6, and 7 hitters in the order. 5 runs, 9 hits, and 3 errors so far for the Blue Crabs. The first 2, fortunately for Southern Maryland, did not lead to a run. The third one did, though, and the error by Zach Wilson allowed Mike Blank to reach, and he ended up scoring on the RBI single from Nelfi Zapata. So it's now a 3-run game. First pitch on the way to Gustavo Molina. That breaking ball is in for ball 1 as it misses low. Molina, the big hit of the game thus far, with a grand slam back in the first inning on a 3-2 pitch from Blevins. And here the 1-0 is swung and it popped up foul, first base side. This will go back into the seats. The count 1-1. Take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard this inning. Get you caught up around the Atlantic League and the Major League scoreboard. A little preseason football going on tonight as well. 1-1 high, deep drive in the air to left again by Molina. This one's going to hook foul, though. Definitely had the height and the distance for home run number 14 on the year. Unfortunately for Molina, hooked it foul in the count 1-2. First score we'll give you is in Camden, New Jersey, where the Somerset Patriots have a 3-1 lead over the Camden River Sharks, bottom of the 4th. 1-2 here, rocketed into center field, well hit. Going back, Delta Cleary Jr. He'll catch up to it, though, and make the grab. So 2 hard swings in a row by Molina, 1 a long foul ball and 1 a deep fly out towards center. Molina now 1 for 3, and that's the first out of the inning. Matt Zielinski getting the start for the Somerset Patriots, while Eric Smith gets the start for the Camden River Sharks. Michael Rocket has driven in the lone run for Camden, while Adam Donahue, Matt Gamble, and Robert Andino have picked up RBIs thus far for the Patriots. Again, it's 3-1 Somerset. First pitch to Craig Maddox. Swung and grounded up the middle, and this one is going to sneak through in a center field, a base hit. And Maddox has his 3rd hit of the ball game. All 3 have gone up the middle against Blevins, and the last 2 of which have come on the first pitch. His first at bat came on the second pitch, so Maddox is on for the 3rd time. And with 1 on and 1 out, that'll bring up Casey Frawley. Ducks are going to have an interesting conundrum when they go to Somerset this week. They'll play 4 games Monday through Thursday, the last meetings of the year between the 2 teams. And in a weird way, it's almost like a win-win for the Ducks. We'll tell you why. First pitch coming here to Casey Frawley. Now this is grounded to the left side. Puckett will field. He'll go to second for 1. The turn to first. Not in time. Sean Burrows can't believe it, but they say that Frawley beat the throw at first. It was close. The fans don't like the call, but it'll go down as a 5-4 fielder's choice. Instead of an inning-ending double play, it's a runner at first base with 2 out for Anton DeJesus. No argument from the Ducks. We'll try and look at the replay and see if we can tell whether or not the throw was on time or not. Either way, 2 outs, and here's Anton DeJesus. But if the Ducks go to Somerset and they win, it helps them in trying to close the gap in the division standings. Right now, the Ducks are 4 games behind Somerset for first place in the division, as the first pitch is in for strike 1 to Anton DeJesus. But if the Ducks end up losing, Somerset has a better shot at winning the second half title, and the Ducks right now have a 14-game lead over Sugar Land in the wild card chase. And so if the Ducks end up not winning the division, the wild card certainly does help them. And that would give them a playoff spot. Time called at home plate by DeJesus. Count 0-1. Throw over to first. And back safely at first base is the runner Frawley. Here comes the 0-1. This one is a little bit high, goes back to the backstop. And down to second base goes the runner Frawley. Looked, though, like the first base umpire had the right call there. It was close, but looked like he had beaten the play. So a wild pitch there on the ball that gets by Zapata. Count is even up at 1-1. DeJesus, the runner at second with 2 out after reaching on the fielder's choice. Here's the 1-1. Popped up in the air, foul down the left field line. Long runs for Puckett and Lyons, still going over, and Lyons unable to get to it. Just out of his reach. And the count goes to 1-2. So a ball and 2 strikes here on Anton DeJesus. Levin's trying for his 3rd straight scoreless inning after allowing 5 runs over the first 2. Infield gets back settled after that long run on the foul pop. And now the 1-ball, 2-strike pitch coming to Anton DeJesus from Blevins. It's lined into center field. Delta Cleary Jr. ranges back. Has it lined up, will make the grab, and that ends the inning. So Blevins works around the 1-out single by Craig Maddox. No runs, a hit, 1 left. 3 straight scoreless innings for Blevins after the rocky start. We'll go to the bottom of the 5th. We're halfway through. 5-2 Southern Maryland.
Marshall, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 1039 LI News Radio.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Start by attending a free MCU home buying seminar. Then speak with one of our loan specialists who will guide you through the loan process. With an affordable mortgage from Municipal Credit Union, Home Sweet Home will be a little sweeter. Call 212-238-3521 or visit nymcu.org to apply for your mortgage today. Municipal Credit Union. Strong, trusted, growing. Municipal Credit Union is an equal housing opportunity lender.
Take your group out to the ball game this season and enjoy all the fun of Ducks baseball at discounted prices with the Hebrew National Picnic Area, luxury suites, the Smokin' Owls Party Deck, the Trout Town Fan Can, and so much more. Bringing your group to the game will be an unforgettable experience. The Ducks even offer opportunities to sing the national anthem, serve as the Ridgewood Savings Bank color guard, be the Nicolak Dream Team, put on a pregame performance, or shag fly balls during Ducks batting practice. To book your outing today, call 631-940-3825 and ask for the group sales department. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
To the bottom of the 5th inning we go with the Long Island Ducks trailing the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs 5-2. Ducks fans, don't forget to stop by the Waddle Inn Shop on your next visit here to Bethpage Ballpark, where exclusive hard-to-find Ducks memorabilia is now on sale. Proceeds benefit the Quacker Jack Foundation, the charitable arm of the Long Island Ducks. So Bobby Blevins throws the 3rd straight scoreless inning in the top half of the frame, and now we go to the bottom of the inning. The Ducks, who have scored single runs in the 2nd and the 4th inning, have cut the deficit to 3, and here's Delta Cleary Jr. to lead off. He squared to bunt, pulled back, and took a strike, and the count 0-1. Over 2 nights so far for Cleary Jr., a grounder back to the mound his first time up in the opening inning, and then flew out to center field in the 3rd. Here the 0-1. That's in for another called strike from Tim Sexton, who is now in for his 5th inning of the game. Count quickly 0-2. Kicking the pitch, and Cleary Jr. swings, lines it into left field. This is going to dunk in for a base hit in front of Rosa. So Sexton quickly got ahead of Cleary Jr., but he ends up delivering the single to left. For the first time in this game, the Ducks have the leadoff man on.
Log on the shortstop, number 12, Dan Lyons, number 12.
First hit for Cleary Jr., 6th hit for Long Island. And now Dan Lyons will step up to the plate. He's 0 for 2 in the ball game. don't think you'll see Lyons bunting here, but you might see Cleary Jr. try and take off for second. He has great speed. First pitch, there he goes, and the pitch is taken up inside for a ball. The throw down to second base is not in time. Just sneaking in ahead of the tag, Cleary Jr., stolen base, number 24 on the season for him. He's now 24 of 29 and ranks 4th in the league in steals. So no surprise at all that he's taken off right away, and he moves in a scoring position. 3rd stolen base in 3 attempts for the Ducks tonight against the Blue Crabs. The 1-0, and Lyons swings, lines it down the right field line. That's going to be a base hit for Dan Lyons into the corner. Around third, Cleary Jr., he will score. Lyons digging for second, the throw, not in time. An RBI double down the right field line for Dan Lyons. His Ducks career high 57th run batted in of the year, and it's now a 2-run game at 5-3. And with that double stand, Clyburn going to come out of the dugout, and that is going to spell the end of the night for Tim Sexton. Clyburn and the Blue Crabs keeping him in for a 5th inning, but he has allowed a single, a stolen base, and now an RBI double, and that'll spell the end for Sexton. Now the Ducks will bring the tying run to the plate with nobody out and a runner at second. Our first pitching change of the night here at Bethpage Ballpark. The Ducks, who had fallen behind early 5-0, have closed the gap to 2. It's a 5-3 game in the 5th.
Hey fans, this is Marty Jansen, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 1039 LI News Radio.
North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital in Bayshore is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding healthcare right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at www.nslij.com.
Family fun every time.
Beautiful evening for baseball.
Big action every time.
He reaches up, it's gone!
Great value every time.
And the Ducks have won it 7-1.
The Ducks schedule is loaded with new promotions this season, and with an average ticket price of just $10 and free parking, there is no better value on Long Island. For game times and tickets, visit liducks.com. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
A single by Delta Cleary Jr., a stolen base, and then an RBI double down the right field line by Dan Lyons here in the bottom of the 5th inning has produced a run. It is now a 5-3 game in favor of the Blue Crabs, and Tim Sexton's first start with the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs has come to an end. Stan Clyburn has gone to his bullpen and has called on left-handed pitcher Trey Barham. And he will come on and pitch here in inning number 5 with the tying run coming to the plate and the left-handed hitting Sean Burrows. So with Tim Sexton, 4 innings plus 2 batters in this game, ends up giving up 7 hits. As of now, 3 runs, 2 of which are earned, but he is responsible for Lyons at second base. No walks and 1 strikeout for Sexton, and overall, a start that was pretty good, but now running into trouble in the 5th inning. And a big key in this game right now of late has been Bobby Blevins' ability to quell the Blue Crabs' bats over the last 3 innings. Southern Maryland has gotten runners on consistently against Blevins, but the right-hander has kept them off the scoreboard the last 3 innings. That is most important, and again, we've talked about it. The Ducks have had the ability to come back throughout the season, especially against this Blue Crabs team. And they've already scored 3 times after falling behind 5-0, and now Burrows with 1 swing of the bat could tie up this ballgame. First pitch from Barham to Burrows. He'll step off, and time called by Burrows. For Trey Barham, this will be his 33rd appearance of the year. He has 1 start and 1 save on the season. First pitch on the way, and Burrows will take a fastball just outside. Count 1-0 as a flock of geese flies in overhead from center field. About 24 or so. That gets the crowd going. Ian Marshall over in the first base dugout is waving his hands almost like a gooser like you'd see in Angels in the outfield. 1-0. That's low and outside. Barham has fallen behind 2-0 on Burrows, who was 0 for 2 in the game. He's grounded out to first and grounded out to second in his 2 at-bats. Burrows 2 hits and 4 at-bats against lefties so far with the Ducks, including a home run. And now the 2-0. Fastball just catches a piece of the outside corner at the knees, a called strike. Count 2-1. Barham is 0-1, a 2.70 earned run average. It's allowed 14 runs, 12 of them earned on 34 hits in 40 innings, 16 walks to 35 strikeouts. Lions with good speed at second, still nobody out. And the 2-1. Burrows a check swing, just caught a piece of it and fouled it off at the plate. That'll even up the count at 2 balls and 2 strikes. Lots of hits here in the early going. Last night, the 2 teams combined for just 13 hits in the game. 9 for the Ducks, 4 for the Blue Crabs. Tonight, they already have 17 combined, and we're in the bottom of the 5th inning. Two. Barham looks to second, deals, and Burrows swings. It's a high fly ball foul, third base side and up and out of play. That'll keep the count even on Burrows, who has 2 home runs on the season, 1 as a member of the Bluefish, has 4 home runs on the season, 3 as a member of the Bluefish, and 1 here for the Ducks, which came on August the 10th against the River Sharks. 2-2 from Barham once again, and this is popped in the air to shallow left foul. Going out to third baseman Stevenson on the warning track will run out of room. Lands a few rows back down the left field line. Burrows fighting off another tough pitch to keep the count even. So we will do it once again at 2 balls and 2 strikes in this lefty-lefty matchup between Barham and Burrows. Burrows will be the starter for the Blue Crabs on Sunday. 2-2. Fastball chopped on the ground weakly to the right side. Charging in the first baseman Wilson. He fields. He falls to the ground. Burrows is safe. And the Ducks with runners at the corners. And still nobody out on the infield single for Sean Burrows. Well, that was not going to be an easy play for the first baseman, Zach Wilson, so an infield single for Burrows, his first hit of the game. Wilson, his only chance was to kind of field that ball and shovel it to the pitcher, Barham covering, and as he went to field and make that flip, slipped on the grass it looked like and fell down, and even if he makes the flip, I don't know if they get Burrows. So the Ducks now with a runner at third and the tying run at first, nobody out. Here is Cody Puckett to the plate. First pitch from Barham, and Puckett swings, lines one into right center field. This ball is going to get down and into the gap. Into score easily as Lions. Burrows coming to third. He'll get the stop sign there, and Puckett slides in safely at second with an RBI double. We've got ourselves a 1-run ball game in the 5th. It is 5-4, and the tying run at third with nobody out. First pitch swinging, and Cody Puckett pummels the ball into the right center field gap. His second hit of the game, 37th RBI of the season, and he's got his 17th double as well. So Lions scores on the play. Burrows goes from first to third. And now the Ducks with a tying run at third, the go-ahead run at second, still nobody out, and here is Mike Blank to the plate. First pitch to Blank, and he will swing and ground one, a short. Bobbled there by the shortstop Frawley, recovers, throws to first, not in time. A run will score, and the ball game is tied up at 5 apiece. It's going to be an error there on Casey Frawley, the 4th error of the ball game. However, you do give credit for the RBI to Mike Blank because Burrows was going home on that ground ball to short. He was going to score anyway. So it is an error that allows Blank to reach. Second time he's reached on an error, but he does get credit for his 30th RBI of the season. And the Ducks have come back from a 5-0 deficit to tie the game at 5, and there is still nobody out here in the 5th. 5 straight have reached to open the inning. First pitch to Vega, he squares to bunt, and check that. Barham turned and looked back to second. First and second, nobody out. First pitch to Vega, squares to bunt, and pulls back at the last second. Snap throw down to second base, and Puckett is back safely, and a good diving catch made by Frawley to prevent the ball from going into center. Down 1-0 on Vega. Vega, an RBI single through the left side with 2 out in the second inning to start the scoring for Long Island. Struck out looking in the 4th, the only strikeout of the game for Sexton. The 1-0, Vega squares again, pulls back and takes up high again from Barham. Came into the game after the back-to-back hits to open the inning. He's allowed an infield single, an RBI double, and now an error that has scored a run. The Ducks have the go-ahead run at second, another runner at first, still no one out. 2-0 pitch coming to Vega. Lefty-lefty matchup. Barham deals. Vega will swing away and hit a high fly ball to right. Right there is Lewis to make the catch. Tagging from second, Puckett, but only to draw the throw. So Vega gets the green light to swing away 2-0 after scoring a bunt the first 2 times. Got a good pitch to hit and just missed it. So he flies to right for the first out of the inning. And now Nelfi Zapata is going to come up to the plate with 2 on and 1 out. So the final line for Tim Sexton on the night. He goes 4 innings plus 2 batters, gives up 7 hits, 4 runs, 3 of which were earned. No walks, 1 strikeout through a total of 75 pitches, 51 of them for strikes. First pitch here is taken low and outside for ball 1. He will get a no decision tonight. Wouldn't have qualified for the win anyway since he came out before 5 innings, but we'll get a no decision now. Since that any runs that score at this point get charged to Barham. The 1-0, and Zapata swings and misses at a big breaking ball. Now leaving the count at 1-1. Zapata grounded to third back in the second inning, but then delivered a 2-out RBI single to shallow center in the 4th. That scored Mike Blank, first hit and first RBI of his Ducks career. The 1-1. Barham kicks and deals, and Zapata swings, lines it foul down the right field line off the end of the bat. And the count goes to 1-2. So we've got a brand new ball game here at Bethpage Ballpark. The Ducks falling behind after Southern Maryland scored 4 in the first, 1 in the second. And the Ducks have answered back with a run in the second, a run in the 4th, and 3 here in the 5th to tie up the game at 5 apiece. Teams have combined for 19 hits, 10 for the Blue Crabs, 9 for the Ducks. The 1-2, and Zapata, a ground ball weakly past the mound towards second. Charging in is the second baseman Sawatsky. Fields throws to first in time. Zapata retired on the ground out to second. On the play, though, Cody Puckett goes from second to third. Mike Blank goes from first to second. And the Ducks now with 2 in scoring position and 2 away for Carlos Hughes.
Number 6.
So the go-ahead run now at third base with 2 away. And here is Carlos Hughes, who picked up a single his last time up. A ground ball back up the middle. First pitch. And he'll take a breaking ball in for a strike from Barham. The count 0-1. Sean Burrows' run charged to Barham that allowed the game to be tied. And the 2 on base are still Barham's responsibility. Here comes the 0-1 of Hughes, switch hitter from the right side. Kicking the pitch on the way. Hughes takes a fastball up and outside. And that'll even the count at 1-1. Did see a ball being thrown around in the Ducks bullpen down the right field line. Just saw it again. So I think Bobby Blevins' night might be done after 5 innings, now that the Ducks have come back to at least tie the game. Here, Hughes, a ground ball hard to second. Gobbled up by Zawatsky, and his throw to first is in time for the out. So Barham able to settle down and retire 3 in a row to get out of the inning. However, the Ducks have come all the way back. They send 8 men to the plate in the 5th inning, and they get 3 runs, all earned on 4 hits, 1 error in the inning, and 2 men left on base. We have played 5 here at Bethpage Ballpark, a brand new game. We are all tied up at 5 apiece.
Hey fans, this is Blake Davis, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball, Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 103.9 LI News Radio.
The results are in. PSEG Long Island is delivering 99.9% reliability. We got there by strengthening equipment and clearing trees along power lines across our area. And our new outage management system will continue to ensure improved communications and faster restoration. 99.9% reliable. It's one more way we're serving you better. Discover how we're improving every day to bring you better service at www.pseglyny.com/reliability.
M&V Limousines is the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks. Family owned and operated, they've been in the business for over 23 years. M&V Limousines offers coach buses with Wi-Fi and restrooms, party buses, exotic limousines, and so much more. Whether you're looking for transportation for weddings, proms, corporate outings, or long-distance trips, they've got the right vehicle for you. Visit their showroom in Comac or check them out online at mvlimo.com. M&V Limousines, the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks.
Hey fans, this is right-handed pitcher Frank DiGiulio, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 1039 LI News Radio.
Few places on earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
Ducks have come back from a 5-0 deficit. They have tied the game at 5 apiece. We go to the 6th inning here at Bethpage Ballpark. The new pitcher is in for the Ducks. It is going to be left-hander J.C. Romero, who will take over for Bobby Blevins. A tough start tonight, but the offense has picked him up, and he'll get a no decision. Won't suffer the loss despite allowing 5 runs on 10 hits in 5 innings of work. And so he will be relieved for the lefty Romero, who will face Sawatsky, Lewis, and Stevenson here in the 6th inning. And Ducks fans follow all season long as the Long Island Ducks try to meet the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 home runs, then Chappie's Funeral Homes will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. Chappie's Funeral Homes, where caring for others is our family tradition. No homers yet tonight for the Ducks, but they have 68 on the season. Game number 104 here tonight. They have 36 remaining after tonight's ball game. So here's Grant Sawatsky to lead off against the left-hander J.C. Romero. He comes set, and the first pitch is taken at the knees, a fastball strike, the count 0-1. So Bobby Blevins goes 5 innings, 10 hits, 5 runs, all of which were earned. He walked 1 and struck out 5. Gave up the 1 home run, the grand slam in the first inning to Gustavo Molina, and threw 1 wild pitch. Finished with exactly 100 pitches. As this pitch is in for a strike from Romero, the count 0-2. So 100 pitches for Blevins, 70 of them for strikes. Did a pretty good job throwing strikes in the game. The problem was, a lot of those strikes were hit in a play. 10 hits in 5 innings against Blevins. Now the 0-2. And Sawatsky takes up high for a ball. The count goes to a ball and 2 strikes. Give you the numbers on Romero momentarily, and then we also have to continue along with the out-of-town scoreboard. Got held up with all the action going on in that 5th inning. Never got a chance to tell you. Here's the 1-2. And Sawatsky takes the breaking ball low and outside to even the count. Fans eager for a strikeout here. Sawatsky has flown out to center twice, but they want the strikeout to get the free order of breadsticks from Pizza Hut. Romero from the stretch comes set. And is 2-2 on the way. Fastball is on the inside corner, a called strike 3. So Sawatsky is down on strikes. The Pizza Hut K-Man has struck out tonight. First strikeout for Romero, sixth for Ducks pitching, and that means every fan in the ballpark tonight can redeem their game ticket for an order of free breadsticks at a participating Pizza Hut location. So with the one away, that'll bring up the lefty swinging Fred Lewis, and we will continue along on the out-of-town scoreboard. Good news for the Ducks in Bridgeport, Connecticut, where the York Revolution have a 7-3 lead over the Bluefish, top half of the fourth inning. First pitch from Romero to Lewis. He squares to bunt and bunts right through it for strike one. Cody Scarpetta on the mound right now for the Bluefish. He was the starter tonight, getting roughed up. Logan Williamson, the starter for the Revolution. He too has not had his best stuff. Andres Perez has 2 hits and 4 RBIs to lead the way for York. Jobduan Morales has driven in 2 runs to lead the way for Bridgeport. 0-1 to Lewis, who is 0 for 3, and he takes up an inside for a ball to even the count. And our final score comes from Lancaster, Pennsylvania, where the Sugar Land Skeeters are shutting out the Lancaster Barnstormers 4-0 in the bottom half of the 5th inning. One coming from Romero to Lewis. Kicks and deals. Lewis squares to bunt again and bunts at first base side. Romero fields the shovel pass to first is in time for the out. Nice play by J.C. Romero. That's not easy. He falls off to the third base side of the mound and quickly saw the bunt going to the right side. Quickly adjusted himself. Was able to make the play after nearly stumbling over and made the shovel pass to Burrows at first for the second out. And that'll bring up Casey Stevenson. Sean Gallagher, the starter for the Skeeters, 5 scoreless innings thus far. And for the Barnstormers, it is Nate Reed on the mound. Chris Wallace has 3 hits and 3 RBIs to lead the way thus far for the Skeeters in Lancaster. So a 2-away here is Casey Stevenson to the plate, who has been on base all 3 times in this game. First pitch from Romero, and he takes the fastball on the outside corner for strike one. Yankees being shut out up in Toronto, 3-0, top of the 5th inning. The red-hot Blue Jays continuing to play well. David Price, 4 1/3 scoreless so far for the Blue Jays. Ivan Nova, the starter so far for the Yankees. The 0-1 is up and away for a ball to Stevenson. That evens up the count. Jose Bautista, Edwin Encarnacion, and Troy Tulowitzki, the wanted hitters in that Blue Jays lineup, have each driven in a run. As Toronto leads at 3-0 in the 5th. Here comes a 1-1 to Stevenson, who has 2 doubles and a walk and has scored twice. And here he grounds it to the right side. Sean Burrows along the line will field, and they rule a foul ball. First base umpire Tom Major said that the ball went foul when Burrows grabbed it, so the count 1-2. Mets being shut out at home 1-0, bottom of the 5th inning by the Pittsburgh Pirates. J.A. Happ, the starter for Pittsburgh, and Bartolo Colon, the starter for the Mets. Neil Walker's 12th home run of the year, the only run thus far of the ball game. Our final score comes from Cincinnati, Ohio, where the Bengals lead the Giants 10-7. First preseason game for both teams. Second quarter. Romero from the stretch trying to work a 1-2-3-6 inning, and his 1-2 pitch is swung and grounded to second. Carlos Hughes is there. He'll make the quick little toss to Sean Burrows for the out, and a good inning of relief for J.C. Romero as he retires the side on a strikeout and 2 groundouts. 5.5 complete at Bethpage Ballpark. We remain tied, 5 apiece.
Hey fans, this is shortstop Dan Lyons, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 1039 LI News Radio.
James Simmons is going back. He is looking up, and on Bark in the Park Night, that one is gone and reaches a kennel in Central Islip. That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
Bottom half of the sixth inning here at Bethpage Ballpark. Michael Pollock alongside you, bringing you all the action from the second game of a four-game series between the Ducks and the Blue Crabs, and right now we are all tied up at 5 apiece. It's been a good one. A game that started off well in the Blue Crabs' favor. They jumped out to a 5-0 lead over the first inning and a half, and the Ducks have responded with a run in the second, a run in the fourth, and 3 in the fifth to tie up this game at 5. Trey Barham is in for his second inning of relief work after he allowed the first 3 batters he faced to reach in the fifth on an infield single, an RBI double, and an error that scored a run, but then retired Vega, Zapata, and Hughes on a flyout and 2 groundouts to keep the go-ahead run on base. And now it'll be the top of the order for the Ducks in the sixth inning against Barham. Lentini, Cleary Jr., and Lyons due up. And the first pitch on the way to Lentini. He squares to bunt, pulls back, and takes a strike over the inside corner. The count 0-1. Southern Maryland's bullpen limited to just 6 after Eric Hamren retired yesterday. The 0-1. Line drive down the right field line for Lentini. Long run over for Fred Lewis, and he'll make the catch as he races towards the line. Off the bat, it looked like that one might find the grass in fair territory down the line, but Lewis got a good jump on it. Lentini now 1 for 4 in the game, and that is out number 1 here in the sixth inning.
Cleary Jr., number 5.
Lentini's only hit came in the third, an infield single to short. Aside from that, has flown out to center twice and now has fly out to right. Here's Delta Cleary Jr., 1 for 3 with a run scored and a stolen base here in tonight's ball game. Lentini was the only batter that did not come up to the plate in the fifth inning. First pitch on the way to Cleary Jr., and he takes on the outside corner, just caught a piece 4, strike 1. Cleary Jr. 1 for 3 in last night's game with a single, and he also had a sacrifice bunt. Here's the 0-1. And Cleary Jr. a ground ball to third, gobbled up there by Casey Stevenson, and his throw across the diamond in time to retire Cleary Jr. So he is now 1 for 4, 2 away, and that will leave it up to the Ducks shortstop and 3-hitter Dan Lyons.
Duck shortstop, number 12, Dan Lyons, number 12.
So here is Dan Lyons to the plate, who has driven in another run tonight with an RBI double to right in the fifth inning. His 57th run batted in of the year, the second highest total of his career. First pitch, popped up foul, first base side out of play, and the count is 0-1. Highest total that Lions had came back in 2008 with single A Hagerstown and high A Potomac. Combined with the two teams, he drove in 71 runs that year. But this is the most he has had with any single team during a single season. The 0-1 is low and inside, even the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. A terrific season for Lyons, who aside from the RBI double and run that came last inning, has reached on an error and popped out foul to first. A 1-1 from Barham, and Lyons swings, lines it into right field. Will this get down? No, it hangs up just enough for Lewis, who had a tough time with it and ended up making a sliding catch. Kind of fell to the grass as he made the catch. So Lyons with the line out to right ends a 1-2-3 inning for the Blue Crabs defense. And that means we will head to the seventh at Bethpage Ballpark with the Ducks and the Crabs tied at 5.
Hey fan, this is outfielder Delta Cleary Jr. You're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 1039 LI News Radio.
Spring into a new Honda at Huntington Honda and pay $59 a month for a new 2015 Honda Civic LX sedan. $59. So spring into Huntington Honda on Jericho Turnpike just east of Route 110 or HuntingtonHondaCars.com.
Huntington Honda, discover the difference.
Auto 24-month lease. Total due at inception. Civic $31.90. Includes bank fee, first month's payment, no security deposit. Taxes, DMV, title fees extra with excellent credit through HFS.
Have your birthday at the ballpark this season and celebrate with the flock. Kona Ice birthday party packages with the Long Island Ducks are now available. Each package includes 10 box seats, a commemorative birthday t-shirt and autographed baseball, a pizza and Kona Ice party in the Hebrew National Picnic area, and so much more. Best of all, the birthday child will stand on the dugout while the entire crowd sings happy birthday. Reserve your party today by calling the group sales department at 631-940-3825. Kona Ice birthday parties with the Long Island Ducks, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. All Ducks fans, chill out all summer long with a cold cup of Hampton Coffee Company Gourmet Iced Coffee, which is available at the concession stands here at Bethpage Ballpark. Hampton Coffee is the preferred coffee of the Long Island Ducks. Visit HamptonCoffeeCompany.com or check out their cafes out in the Hamptons. So the Ducks and the Blue Crabs tied up at 5 apiece. We move to the 7th inning after both sides go in order in their half of the 6th. And in the 7th, the Ducks will call on right-handed pitcher Nick Struck to take the mound and face the heart of the Blue Crabs order. It'll be Zach Wilson, Jovan Rosa, and Gustavo Molina coming up to the plate. 3, 4, and 5 in the Southern Maryland order against the right-hander Nick Struck. J.C. Romero pitches a 1-2-3 inning in the 6th. He retired Grant Zawatsky on a strikeout looking, then got Fred Lewis on a ground out on a bunt attempt, and finally got Casey Stevenson a ground out to second to end the threat. So Oregon native Nick Struck will take the mound here at Bethpage Ballpark for the 7th inning. And again, he'll start things off by facing the first baseman, Zach Wilson. Crowd here of over 5,000 at Bethpage Ballpark, enjoying a good one between these two teams. Seesaw battle so far that started off in favor of Southern Maryland has gone now in favor of the Ducks, although the score remains tied. The first pitch from Struck misses upstairs for ball 1. Wilson is 2 for 3 in the game. A single to center and a run scored in the first, a double to left and a run batted in the second. Struck out looking though in the 4th. And Erie takes a fastball low from Struck to run the count to 2 balls and no strikes. For Nick Struck, this is his 37th appearance of the year. He's 3-3 with a 2.97 earned run average. Here comes the 2-0. And Wilson a big swing and a miss. Got a good fastball, bit up and in, and Wilson a big hack at it, trying to drive it over the left field wall, but he cut through it. And the count goes to 2-1. Infield playing straight away for Zach Wilson. The 2-1 offering is swung on and fouled off first base side out of play. And that'll leave it up the count at 2-2. Struck's last outing came here at Bethpage Ballpark on Tuesday night through a third of an inning and gave up a hit and a walk before he was taken out of the ball game. Here comes the 2-2 offering. Swinging a foul ball back to the screen, first base side of home plate. Good cut there by Wilson, but it was late on it. So the count remains 2-2. Struck gets the sign from Nelfi Zapata. And the 2-2 pitch. Line drive to right, towards the line. Lantini is over. And he'll make the catch for the first out of the 7th inning. And Wilson now 2 for 4. That'll bring up the third baseman, Jovan Rosa. For Nick Struck this year, 33 1/3 innings of work entering tonight, 30 hits. He has given up 11 runs, all of them earned. 14 walks to 36 strikeouts, and opponents have a .240 batting average against him. 1 out, bases empty, and here's the cleanup hitter, Jovan Rosa. So Rosa to the plate from the right side, the left fielder for the Blue Crabs, who is 1 for 3 with a run scored tonight. First pitch on the way, and the breaking ball misses inside, ball 1. Rosa had a single to right in the first inning and scored on the Gustavo Molina grand slam. Since then has flown out to right twice, once in the second and once in the fourth. And here Struck misses badly, way low and outside. Looked down at his hand after throwing that pitch. So the count 2-0. He grabs the rosin bag back behind the mound and just gives it a quick shake before getting back up to the rubber. So Rosa ahead in the count 2-0. Dangerous pitch upcoming here from Struck. Kicks and fires, and Rosa swings away, hits a fly ball to right again. Drifting back, Phelan Lentini. He'll camp under it and make the grab. So Rosa retired on the fly out to right, his third fly out to right tonight. And with 2 away, that's going to leave it up to the catcher, Gustavo Molina. 5 up, 5 down so far for the bullpen for Long Island.
Molina, number 23.
So with 2 away, here is Molina to the plate. 1 for 3 in the game. And the first pitch, ground ball left side. The shortstop lines on the backhand fields his long throw to first, right on the money. Good throw by Dan Lyons. That shoulder looks great. And for Nick Struck, a 1-2-3 inning out of the bullpen. 6 up, 6 down so far for the Ducks bullpen. Time to stretch at Bethpage Ballpark. We go to the bottom of the 7th, all tied at 5 apiece.
Hey fans, this is right-handed pitcher John Brownell, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's Home for News, Traffic and Weather, 1039 LI News Radio.
Hey, Ducks fans, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks is the Upsky Long Island Hotel in Hauppauge. It's centrally located on the north shore of Long Island and offers a home away from home for both business and leisure guests. The Upsky Long Island Hotel features an indoor pool, 24-hour business center, a fitness center, and complimentary Wi-Fi in all guest rooms. Enjoy the contemporary American cuisine at the Fountain Grill restaurant or grab a quick bite to eat at Cafe Pronto. Best of all, it's only minutes from Bethpage Ballpark. The Upsky Long Island Hotel, the official hotel of the Long Island Ducks. Call 231-1100 today. That's 631-231-1100.
Family fun every time. Beautiful evening for baseball. Big action every time.
He reaches up, it's gone!
Great value every time.
And the Ducks have won it 7-1.
The Ducks schedule is loaded with new promotions this season, and with an average ticket price of just $10 and free parking, there is no better value on Long Island. For game times and tickets, visit liducks.com. Long Island Ducks Baseball. Good times every time.
Bottom of the 7th inning, tied up at 5 apiece. Trey Barham is going to stay in for his 3rd inning of relief. Let the first 3 hitters he faced in the 5th after relieving Tim Sexton reach on an infield single, an RBI double, and an error that scored the tying run. But since then has gotten a fly out, 2 ground outs, another fly out, a ground out, and a fly out. That means 6 in a row have been retired for Barham after he allowed the tying run to come home and score. And so now in a 5-5 game in the bottom of the 7th inning, the Ducks will send up their 4, 5, and 6 hitters, Burrows, Puckett, and Blank to the plate against the lefty Trey Barham. And we'll see if Barham is in and face just one batter here in Sean Burrows, a lefty, before 2 righties come to the plate in Puckett and Blank, or if Stan Kleinburn, the manager of the Blue Crabs, will stick with him for the 7th inning. Yesterday, Blue Crabs needed just one relief pitcher, and that was Chris Bodishbaugh in relief of Brian Baker, who, despite struggling, managed to get through 7 innings and gave up just 4 runs. So, see what Clyburn does here in the 7th. First pitch to Sean Burrows. He will check his swing and take low and outside for ball 1. Burrows 1 for 3 in the game, reached on an infield single to first in the 5th inning, and then scored on the run-scoring error off the bat of Mike Blank. And here takes a high and inside fastball that made him duck out of the way at the plate. And the count 2-0. Before that, Burrows grounded to second and grounded to first. So he's hit the ball on the ground 3 times today. The run that he scored was his 21st of the season. And now the 2-0. And it's in for a strike, a breaking ball. Burrows taking there. And the count goes to 2-1. From the 1, the 2-1 offering, and Burrows takes low and away this time for ball 3. So it'll be a 3-ball, 1-strike pitch coming here to Burrows. Barham kicks and fires, and Burrows takes up and inside ball 4. So a leadoff walk here for Ducks first baseman Sean Burrows.
Remember, every time a Long Island Ducks batter walks to the ball, the Quackerjack Foundation.
So Burris is on at first, and that is going to bring up Cody Puckett. Puckett, the third baseman and 5-hitter for Long Island, has 2 hits already.
Number 2, Cody Puckett, number 2.
So with 1 on and nobody out, Cody Puckett is going to come to the plate, or 1 on and nobody out and 1 on. And it's Sean Burrows, the first baseman for Long Island. Appears as though Jake Opitz has gone in to play right field for the Blue Crabs. Here, a ground ball to third, backhanded by Stevenson. He'll go to second for 1, no chance for the out at first. So they'll take the fielder's choice. It is a 5-4 putout, and Puckett is now 2 for 4 in the game. Burrows out at second. Puckett is now on at first. 1 on and 1 out. That'll bring up the designated hitter, Mike Blank.
Number 9, and batting for your Long Island Ducks. The designated hitter, number 9, Mike Blank, number 9.
It's actually not Jake Opitz who is in right field. It's actually Tyler Wagner who is the right fielder. He's listed on the roster as a backup catcher, but he's taken over in right field for Fred Lewis. Here's Blank to the plate, and the first pitch. Fastball misses up and away for a ball. The count goes to 1-0. Blank in the ball game has reached twice on an error, 1 by the first baseman, 1 by the shortstop, but does have an RBI, a run scored, and a stolen base. And the 1-0 here, slashed foul, first base side up onto the concourse, and then it caroms back down into the seating bowl. And the count even up at 1-1. So it looks as though Fred Lewis has come out of the game in favor of Tyler Wagner. And we'll try and see if there's anything wrong with Fred Lewis. Here a high drive to left center field, shallow on the run is the left fielder Rosa, and he makes the running grab. Back to first goes Cody Puckett. The ball hung up there just long enough for Rosa to make the catch and retire Blank. 2 away in the 7th, and that will leave it up to the left fielder Anthony Vega.
Anthony Vega, number 27.
First pitch here comes up and inside. It hits the umpire. Going down at second base is going to be Cody Puckett as the ball got away, and now the concern is for home plate umpire Warren Nicholson. It looked like the pitch there might have been a cross-up between Molina and Barham. The pitch looked like it was just missed by Molina, and it hit Warren Nicholson. I'm not sure where, but the 3 umpires are now near home plate with Nicholson down on 1 knee, and both trainers have come out to the field. Dottie Pitchford for the Ducks and Teresa Gruchas for the Blue Crabs to check on Nicholson. I'm not sure where he took that baseball, but now getting back to his feet, and I'll get a nice hand from the crowd here at Bethpage Ballpark. There's a pass ball there on Molina with the cross-up. Try and take a look at the replay and see if we could tell anything about what might have happened on that play. But Nicholson seems to be okay. He'll get a cup of water from the bat boy on the third base side just to make sure he's all right. That actually was a wild pitch, not a pass ball. My mistake. It was a pitch that was supposed to be outside. The catcher Molina had set up outside, and the pitch came up and inside. It was just missed by Molina, and it caught Nicholson maybe on the arm or near the chest. He does wear a chest protector, but that caught him pretty flush. So he's shaken up at first on the poor execution of the pitch, but ultimately he gets the runner into scoring position for the Ducks. And a 1-0 count on Anthony Vega, who was 1 for 3 in the game with a 2-out RBI single in his first at-bat back in the second inning. Let's Go Ducks chant up from the crowd, led by Quackerjack atop the first base dugout. 1-0, and Vega checks the swing, takes the breaking ball downstairs, and that is 2 balls and no strikes now on Anthony Vega. RBI single through the left side back in the second inning, also stole his 9th base of the year. Here comes a 2-0. Kick in the pitch, and Vega checks the swing, takes low and outside again. 3 balls and no strikes on Vega. Nelfi Zapata waiting on deck, and again, you're Kevin Byes. You can always think about going to your bench and go with Steve McQuail. The problem is Nelfi Zapata in the game is the catcher, and their backup catcher, Mike Blank, is the DH. So if you take Zapata out of the game, you'd have to lose your DH and have your pitcher hit. Kicking a turn back to second by Barham just to keep an eye on Puckett. But with 2 down, very unlikely he's taken off for third. Not really much of a stolen base threat anyway, although he does have pretty good speed. Here comes the 3-0. Vega taking all the way. It misses up and inside, ball 4.
And there's another municipal.
Second walk given up by Barham of the inning. The Ducks now with 2 on and 2 out. And with the righty swinging Zapata coming to the plate stand, Clyburn points to his bullpen. And he's going to make a pitching change here with 2 outs and 2 on in the bottom half of the 7th inning. Trey Barham with 2 2/3 innings of relief. And to this point has given up 1 run, but he is responsible for both runners on the base pass. So we'll take a break and come back here to Bethpage Ballpark. It is Long Island 5, Southern Maryland 5. The Ducks, though, threatening with a go-ahead run at second base.
Hey fans, this is Marty Jansen, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 1039 LI News Radio.
North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital in Bayshore is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding healthcare right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at www.nslij.com.
The results are in. Thousands of PSEG Long Island customers participated in our energy efficiency programs, saving nearly $35 million. Being energy efficient helps our environment, too. Together, we've eliminated 21,000 cars worth of emissions in 2014. Thank you, Long Island. We're all making a difference. Discover how we're improving every day to bring you better service at www.pseglyny.com/efficiency.
Well, the Ducks with a little bit of a rally here in the bottom of the 7th inning against Trey Barham. 2 walks in the inning, and the Ducks have runners at first and second with 2 men out. Nelfi Zapata, who is 1 for 3 with an RBI single, set to come up to the plate. And Stan Clyburn goes to his bullpen for the second time tonight. He's going to call on the righty Orlando Santos to come into the ball game. Santos has had a strong season for the Blue Crabs thus far, and he will face Zapata, trying to keep this ball game tied and send it to the 8th. 5-5 the score. And here is Zapata to the plate, who has grounded out twice, sandwiched around an RBI single to center with 2 strikes and 2 outs in the 4th inning. 2 of the Ducks' 5 runs in this game have come with 2 strikes and 2 outs. And now the first pitch to Zapata is a breaking ball taken low and outside, ball 1. For Santos, this is his 34th game of the year. He is 3-4 with a 2.64 ERA on the season. 1-0, and Zapata takes low and outside again. Good backhanded stop behind the plate by Molina. And the count is 2 balls and no strikes. 47 2/3 innings for Santos, 34 hits, 18 runs, 14 earned, has walked 32 and struck out 49. The 2-0, fastball misses upstairs. And Zapata's ahead 3-0. Another out of the zone would load the bases with 2 out for Carlos Hughes. Here comes the 3-0. Taken all the way, it's low and outside, ball 4. So out of the bullpen comes Orlando Santos. He throws 4 straight out of the zone. And the Ducks have loaded up the bases here in the 7th. And up to the plate will step the 9-hitter and second baseman Carlos Hughes. Then in some other circumstances, with healthy bench and healthy roster, the Ducks might consider going to the bench here with the bottom of the order at the plate, but only one healthy bench player right now, and Steve McQuail. And the first pitch on the way to Carlos Hughes. Fastball is in for a strike. So the fifth pitch from Santos out of the bullpen is in for a strike. The count 0-1. Hughes 1 for 3 in the game. Had a single up the middle in the fourth. Sandwiched in between 2 groundouts to second. Bases loaded for Long Island with 2 down in the bottom of the seventh. And time called here. At home plate. Quackerjack again leading the fans in a Let's Go Ducks chant. Santos will step off the rubber and again will have to go through the signs with Molina. Right-hander with the glove on the left knee as he looks in for the sign at home plate, and now Molina's going to have to go out to the mound to talk things over. As the two of them having trouble communicating. Santos stands in at 6 foot 200 pounds out of San Jose de los Matas in the Dominican Republic. 28 years old, and last pitch with Evansville in the Frontier League, but last year was also a member of the Blue Crabs. So it'll be an 0-1 pitch coming up. Santos is now ready. Kick and the pitch, and Hughes swings and taps this one foul. Aggressively out in front of that pitch. Now behind in the count, no balls and 2 strikes as Santos tries to work out of another jam here in the 7th inning. 5-5 game. Ducks have loaded up the bases with 3 walks here in the 7th. 0-2 to Hughes. Swung on and missed. Strike 3 out in front of the off-speed pitch. Hughes goes down swinging, just the 2nd strikeout of the night for Blue Crabs pitching, and that ends the 7th. So for the Ducks, no runs, no hits, 3 walks, and the Ducks leave 3. They've left 10 in the game. We go to the 8th with the Ducks and the Blue Crabs all tied at 5 apiece.
Hey fans, this is first baseman John Griffin, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 1039 LI News Radio.
Few places on earth offer the charm and excitement of Fire Island. At Fire Island Ferries, located conveniently at 99 Maple Avenue in Bay Shore, they offer convenient travel to Fire Island 7 days a week. Fire Island is quickly becoming a top destination for families of all ages. Experience the informal, carefree communities, the dazzling night scene, enjoy fine dining, or climb to the top of one of the tallest lighthouses in the United States. But there's only one way to get there, by calling Fire Island Ferries at 631-665-3600 today. For fare and scheduling information, please visit fireislandferries.com.
Hey Ducks fans, stay up to date with Long Island's hometown team by visiting Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. Quack of the Bat will bring Ducks fans beyond the headlines with in-depth feature articles, breaking news stories, game previews, post-game wrap-ups, and so much more. Interact with the team during the entire season through quotes directly from the players and coaches, as well as exclusive video clips and photos. Check out the blog today at quackofthebat.wordpress.com. Quack of the Bat, the official blog of the Long Island Ducks. We go to the top of the 8th inning. The Ducks and the Blue Crabs all tied up at 5 apiece. 5 seconds here for station identification on LI News Radio.
From the Long Island Ducks and the Quackerjack Foundation.
5 runs, 10 hits, 4 errors for the Blue Crabs tonight. 5 runs, 9 hits, no errors for the Ducks. Southern Maryland has left 6. Long Island has left 10, including just leaving the bases loaded on 3 walks with 2 outs. In the bottom of the 7th, Carlos Hughes striking out against Orlando Santos to end the threat. And as we go to the 8th inning, the Ducks will call on their third reliever of the game. It is Patrick Kreider, who takes over for Nick Struck. So far, J.C. Romero and Nick Struck have each faced 3 batters and have retired all 3. Struck on 2 flyouts and a groundout. And now a lefty, Patrick Kreider, will come in to pitch in the 8th. You have 2 lefties sandwiched around a righty. And so it'll be Maddox, Frawley, and DeJesus to start things off here in the 8th inning against the left-hander Patrick Kreider, who has had a nice season thus far for Long Island. So here is Kreider to the mound. And here is Maddox to the plate, trying to make it a 4-for-4 night. He has 3 singles in the game, all of them to center. First pitch on the way from Kreider, and Maddox takes a breaking ball low and outside for ball 1. Singles up the middle on the second pitch of the at-bat in the first pitch of the at-bat in the third, and the first pitch of the at-bat in the fifth. Has been on base all 3 times, but has only advanced past first once. The 1-0. Line drive to right at Phelan Lentini, though, who didn't even have to move, and he makes the catch. So again, Maddox connects, but this time flies to right, and that is the first out of the 8th inning. For Patrick Kreider on the season, he has appeared in now 46 games, tied with Amalio Diaz for the league lead. 2-1 record of 3.02 ERA, and he has 1 save. 33 hits allowed in 41 2/3 innings, 15 runs, 14 of them earned, has walked 18 and has struck out 38. First pitch here to Casey Frawley, and it's popped up in the air to right. Drifting a couple steps back is Phelan Lentini, now back to his right, and he'll make the catch. So Frawley pops to right, and on 3 pitches, Kreider has recorded 2 outs. Well, that'll leave it up to the center fielder, Anton DeJesus. If you're just joining us, it's been a wild one here at Bethpage Ballpark. Southern Maryland scoring 4 runs in the opening inning on a grand slam to left by Gustavo Molina, his first of the year, the first grand slam of the season for Southern Maryland. And they added another in the second inning on back-to-back RBI doubles, or back-to-back doubles, I should say, by Stevenson and Wilson. But since that point, they have been limited to just 3 hits, 2 singles and a double. First pitch coming here to Anton DeJesus, and that misses up and inside for ball 1. And as for the Ducks, they scored a run in the second inning on a 2-out RBI single by Anthony Vega. They added another in the fourth on a 2-out RBI single by Nelfi Zapata. His first hit and first RBI as a Duck. The 1-0 to DeJesus is a check swing taken down in the dirt for a ball. The count 2-0, and then Long Island sent 8 men to the plate in the fifth and scored 3 runs on an RBI double by Dan Lyons, an RBI double by Cody Puckett, and a run-scoring error off the bat of Mike Blank. And that's where we stand right now, 5-5. Top of the 8th inning. 2 down, the bases empty. The 2-0 on the way to DeJesus. And there's a fastball that just missed low and outside. So Kreider, after needing just 3 pitches to get the first 2 out, has thrown 3 pitches in this at-bat, none of them for strikes. Lefty-lefty matchup, and the 3-0 to DeJesus is in for a strike at the knees, a good breaking ball. The count 3-1. Last time Kreider pitched was 2 nights ago. Gave up a run on 2 hits and a walk in 1 inning of work. And the Ducks 11-2 win over the Camden River Sharks. Salvaged a series split, the 3-1. Fisted out weakly here to the left side of the mound. Charging in his Puckett. He barehands, recovers, throws to first for the out. Good job by Cody Puckett. Not an easy play. Had to barehand it and kind of rolled up his hand, but he quickly recovered on the initial bobble and threw a bullet to first for the out. Patrick Kreider with a 1-2-3 inning, and it's 9 up and 9 down so far for the Ducks bullpen. We go to the bottom of the 8th and remain tied at 5 apiece.
Hey fans, this is Bud Harrelson, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 103.9 LI News Radio.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicoloc paving stones and walls. Nicoloc's specially formulated paver shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicoloc. Visit the Nicoloc Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or Nicoloc.com.
Let Nicoloc Pavers, Nicoloc Pavers, pave your way.
M&V Limousines is the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks. Family owned and operated, they've been in the business for over 23 years. M&V Limousines offers coach buses with Wi-Fi and restrooms, party buses, exotic limousines, and so much more. Whether you're looking for transportation for weddings, proms, corporate outings, or long-distance trips, they've got the right vehicle for you. Visit their showroom in Comac or check them out online at mvlimo.com. M&V Limousines, the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks.
Well, we go to the bottom of the 8th inning, another scoreless inning and another 1-2-3 inning at that for the Ducks bullpen as Patrick Kreider retires the side in order in the top half of the 8th inning. And now as we go to the bottom half of the inning, it'll be the top 3 in the order for the Long Island Ducks with Phelan Lantini, Delta Cleary Jr., and Dan Lyons coming to the plate. And for the Blue Crabs, Orlando Santos will stay in the game after he took over for Trey Barham with 2 on and 2 out in the 7th. Walked Nelfi Zapata on 4 pitches before striking out Carlos Hughes to leave the bases loaded. Now the Ducks have left 10 men on base in the game, so trying to come through here and break this 5-5 tie. Not to mention get their first lead of the ball game. So here is Phelan Lantini to lead things off. First pitch on the way, and he'll take a fastball on the outside corner for strike 1. And you know Long Island wants to get Lantini on. And then you have Cleary Jr., who I'm sure will try and sacrifice him over. And then you've got Lyons and Burrows, 2 good hitters to follow to try and drive home the go-ahead run. But Lantini's got to get on first, the 0-1. And he lays off this pitch down in the dirt for a ball, and they even up the count at 1-1. So neither starter is going to factor into the decision in this game. Sexton went 4, Blevins went 5. And now the 1-1. Fouled back to the screen by Lantini, who was 1 for 4 in the game. His only hit came in the 3rd, an infield single to short. Ended up going to second on an error, moved to 3rd on another error, but was stranded there when Burrows grounded his second to end the threat. Aside from that, has flown out twice. Twice to center, 1 to right. The 1-2. Popped in the air, foul, first base side. Wilson over towards the stands. This one will be back into the seats. Front row of the 200 level. So Lantini fights off the pitch to stay alive. We'll do it once again at 1 ball and 2 strikes. Infield playing straight away for Lantini, who stepped out of the box and now gets back in. Santos working out of the windup for Southern Maryland. And his 1-2 on the way. Lantini swings, lines one to left field. This is going to get down for a base hit in front of Rosa. They'll pick it up and fire it back in, but exactly what the Ducks wanted to start off here in the 8th inning as Lantini earns his 2nd hit of the night. And the speedy Lantini on with nobody out here in the bottom of the 8th inning. And now Delta Cleary Jr. will step up to the plate. You have to think here he is going to try and sacrifice Lantini over to second base. So another multi-hit game for Phelan Lantini. Tonight's ball game is his 17th since coming back to the Ducks. He's got 4 2-hit games, 3 3-hit games. Throw over to first. Lantini is back safely. Kevin Byas could always think about trying to put Lantini in motion. He is 3 for 5 in the stolen base department thus far in those 17 games. Santos comes set at the belt. First pitch, Cleary Jr. squares, bunts it out in front of the plate to the mound. Santos fields his throw to first is in time for the out. The second baseman Zawatsky making the reception at first. So the sacrifice successful. The putout goes 1-4 for Delta Cleary Jr. It is his 19th sacrifice bunt of the year and 2nd of the series. And the Ducks get the go-ahead run into scoring position with 1 out, and up to the plate will step Dan Lyons. So as the Ducks drew it up, a single by Lantini, the sac bunt by Cleary Jr. And now here is Dan Lyons, who is 1 for 4 on the night with an RBI double and a run scored. Coming set is Santos. His first pitch, Lyons takes low and outside for ball 1. Lyons this season with runners in scoring position as a 300 hitter with 2 homers and 46 RBIs. It'll be a 1-0 as Lantini leads from second. The pitch, Lyons swings, grounds it foul along the third base line. And that'll leave it up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. If you're Stan Clyburn, you can always decide to intentionally walk Lyons with first base open and bring Burrows to the plate. But then you set up a lefty batter against the righty pitcher, and that's not necessarily the best idea. The 1-1, and Lyons takes low and outside. Good block in the dirt by Molina. And the count is 2-1. The one thing it does do, though, is set up the potential for a double play. So you have to play manager. A couple things you could think of, but with the way Lyons has been hitting the ball of late, wouldn't have been surprised if Clyburn elected to intentionally walk him. They'll go with the righty-righty matchup instead of putting another runner on base. Here's the 2-1, and Lyons takes low in the dirt again. It gets away from the catcher, and that's going to allow Lentini to get to third. Big break for the Ducks. A wild pitch there from Santos on the ball in the dirt. It was blocked by Molina, but it carried him to the third base side. Molina was a little slow going after it, and Lentini saw it right away, took off for third. And the reason that is big now is because if Lyons hits a fly ball to the outfield with Lentini's speed, the Ducks could take the lead on a sac fly. And Lyons this year has lifted 8 sacrifice flies to the outfield. Infield drawn in all the way around for Southern Maryland. 3-1 pitch on the way from Santos to Lyons. Here it comes. Lyons will take low and outside ball 4. Second walk by Santos. First drawn by Lyons in the game. It's another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quacker Jack Foundation wins.
Player of the game, first baseman number 25, Sean Burrows. Number 25.
So the runners now at the corners for the Ducks with 1 out. You still have Lentini at third with less than 2 outs. So again, a fly ball from Burrows to put the Ducks in front, but he's got to drive it to the outfield, and so far he's hit 3 ground balls, one of which he beat out for a single. Drew a walk his last time up, leading off in the 7th inning. Santos set first pitch. Burrows will take a fastball over the outside corner for strike 1. Burrows reached on an infield single in the 5th inning and ended up scoring the tying run for the Ducks. Mike Blank reached on the error. 0-1 upcoming from Orlando Santos. Kicks and fires, and Burrows takes way up and outside. And the count even up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Santos has had some control issues here tonight. Has walked 2 batters already. The Ducks see they stay patient against the right-hander for Southern Maryland. Throw over to first, and back safely there is Lyons. Lyons has good speed at first too, so you can always see him try and take off for second to put 2 runners in scoring position and eliminate the potential for the double play. He leads the 1-1. Pitch to Burrows is taken low and inside. A fastball missed. And the count 2-1 on the former big leaguer. Burrows has driven in 30 runs on the season between the Bluefish and the Ducks. 5-5 game in the 8th. The 2-1, and Burrows swings and foul tips it. Pitch was coming down and in. He swung away, got a piece. So that will even up the count at 2-2. Second game of this 4-game series. Ducks winning last night 4-1. Tonight they've come back from 5-0 down to tied at 5. While trying for their 4th straight win overall. And they've got runners at the corners with 1 out in the bottom of the 8th inning. 2-2 to Sean Burrows. Another throw over to first. And again, Lyons is back safely. Santos doing his job of keeping the runner close at first base. Let's go Ducks chant up again from the crowd. Here comes the 2-2 to Sean Burrows, and he'll swing and miss for strike 3. Fouled the fastball into the glove of Molina. First time that Burrows has struck out in the game, 2nd strikeout for Santos. So he is unable to get the run home from third with a fly ball to the outfield, and with 2 away, that's going to leave it up to Cody Puckett.
One on the third baseman, number 2, Cody Puckett, number 2.
So a 2 away here is Cody Puckett, who has a pair of hits and 4 at-bats tonight. He has driven in 1 and scored 1. First pitch from Santos to Puckett is on the way, and he will take a fastball low and outside for ball 1. Santos has had trouble finding the strike zone here in this inning. Puckett extending his hitting streak to 11 straight games with his 2 hits tonight. The RBI double, his 37th run batted in of the year. The run, his 53rd. 1-0 to Puckett. And he will take off the outside corner on a breaking ball. And he's ahead in the count at 2-0 on the right-hander Santos. Good hitters count here for Cody Puckett. Lentini leads at third, Lyons at first. Good speed on the bases for the Ducks. Here's the 2-0. And Puckett will swing and miss. Fastball down and over the outside corner. And the count now 2-1. Each team with 5 runs, each team with 10 hits. And Long Island trying to break the tie right here with 2 down and 2 on. Santos set at the belt. Kicks and fires, and Puckett will swing and miss late again on the fastball. And that'll even up the count at 2-2. 2 balls, 2 strikes, 2 outs, 2 on. Number 2 at the plate. And the Ducks looking to break the 5-5 tie. Santos looking back into home plate as Puckett now will step back into the batter's box. Santos gets the sign and comes set. The runners lead. And the 2-2 runner goes from first. Puckett takes outside a ball. No throw down to second. So the 4th stolen base of the night for the Ducks goes to Dan Lyons. And that is his 15th of the year in 16 attempts. And now 2 in scoring position with 2 outs for the Ducks. Another out of the strike zone would load the bases for Mike Blank. Santos trying to find his way out of trouble here in the bottom of the 8th inning. 3-2 coming here to Cody Puckett. Santos kicks and fires, and Puckett will take low and outside for ball 4 on the fastball. As you hear from Bob Otone, another municipal credit union walk with a purpose. Every time the Ducks batter walks, the Quacker Jack Foundation wins. The Ducks reload the bases here in the 8th inning on a single and 2 walks. Santos has now walked 3. And up to the plate will step Mike Blank for the Ducks, who tonight has reached base twice, both on errors, has scored a run and driven in a run. And so here is Blank with the bases loaded and 2 outs, bottom of the 8th inning. First pitch from Santos on the way. Blank will swing and foul it off just to the third base side of home plate. And the count 0-1. Santos has had some trouble finding the strike zone in this game. We'll see if Blank can stay patient and take some pitches if they miss out of the zone. But he's behind in the count here, 0-1, looking for his first hit of the game. He is the only Duck without a hit tonight. The 0-1. Breaking ball fouled off to the Ducks on deck circle, first base side of home plate. And he is quickly in an 0-2 hole. Lentini the runner at third, Lyons the runner at second, Puckett the runner at first. Good speed all the way around for the Ducks. That'll be an 0-2 pitch coming from Orlando Santos to Mike Blank. Kicking the pitch, runner coming for home plate. Here comes the throw, and Lentini's in there! Lentini steals home plate, and the Ducks lead it 6-5. Unbelievable. Lentini breaks for home plate. Blank takes the pitch up and outside, and Lentini slides in safely ahead of the tag from catcher Gustavo Molina. And on Lentini's steal of home, it is a 6-5 Ducks lead. Incredible. Lions stole third as well on the play, and that has got the crowd on its feet here at Bethpage Ballpark. Here's the 1-2, and Blank takes low and outside for ball 2. So of all the ways to break the tie, the Ducks had it done once against them earlier this year, and now they do it to the Blue Crabs on the stolen base by Phelan Lentini of home. Here comes a 2-2. The kick and the pitch, and Blank will take off the outside corner ball 3. And it had to be a perfect scenario. Lentini didn't look like he went right away. A little bit of a hesitation, then broke for the plate. And the pitch from Santos was a fastball way up and outside. And because it was so up high, no chance for Molina to even make the tag on Lentini. I don't even think he tried. It wasn't even close once the pitch came up and away. I'm not even sure the last time, if ever, that a Duck stole home plate. I'll have to try and find out. Here's the 3-2 to Blank, and he swings and misses for strike 3. The ball down in the dirt. The tag applied by the catcher. But Phelan Lentini, with the bases loaded, 2 out, and on a 3-2 pitch, steals home plate. And the Ducks end up getting a run on 1 hit, 2 walks, no errors, and they leave 2. Now we will head to the 9th inning here at Bethpage Ballpark with the Ducks now in front of the Blue Crabs for the first time tonight with a score 6-5.
Hey fans, this is relief pitcher Bruce Kern, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 1039 LI News Radio.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Start by attending a free MCU home buying seminar. Then speak with one of our loan specialists who will guide you through the loan process. With an affordable mortgage from Municipal Credit Union, Home Sweet Home will be a little sweeter. Call 212-238-3521 or visit nymcu.org to apply for your mortgage today. Municipal Credit Union. Strong, trusted, growing. Municipal Credit Union is an equal housing opportunity lender.
Enjoy the ultimate VIP fan experience at Bethpage Ballpark this season by taking in a Ducks game from the brand new Trout Town Fan Can. Presented by Roscoe Beer Company, the Fan Can is available for rental at all Ducks home games. It features 12 Dream Seat theater-style padded seats, beverage holders, an air-conditioned atmosphere, and an incredible view of the game. Packages are now available with food and beverage included. To reserve your Fan outing today, call the Ducks Group Sales Department at 631-940-3825. The Trout Town Fan Can at Bethpage Ballpark. Your VIP experience has arrived. Well, we head to the ninth here at Bethpage Ballpark, and the Long Island Ducks have taken a 6-5 lead over the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs on Phelan Lantini's bases-loaded 3-ball, 2-strike steal of home. I'll check that, my mistake, not a 3-2 pitch, but a 1-2 pitch where he steals home. And that breaks the 5-5 tie. The Ducks have their first lead of the game. An 0-2 pitch to Mike Blank, and Lantini steals home ahead of the pitch from Santos, which missed up and away. So the Ducks have the 6-5 lead, and now Donnie Veal will come into the game for the Ducks. Not the closer, Amalio Diaz. It's going to be Donnie Veal. You have a righty to start the inning and then two lefties, or check that, another switch hitter in Tyler Wagner. I forgot about that Lewis is out of the game. So a switch hitter in Wagner and then the lefty Stevenson. So Veal will pitch here. First pitch misses outside for ball 1. And Kevin Byers didn't say anything before the game about Diaz being unavailable. But it is Donnie Veal here in the ninth inning. With the Ducks ahead 6-5, the 1-0. And that's swung on and missed. Zawatsky chases the outside corner pitch. Count 1-1. Zawatsky 0 for 3 in the game. Has flown out to center twice and struck out looking in his last at-bat that came in the 6th. Veal comes set. And is 1-1. There's a fastball in at the knees, another called strike. And the count goes to 1-2. For Donnie Veal, this is his 13th appearance with the Ducks. He is 1-0 with a 1.54 ERA. A 1-2 from the former big leaguer. Kicks and deals, and Zawatsky lays off the high fastball up and away. And that'll even up the count at 2-2. His strikeout in the 6th inning, since he's the Pizza Hut K-Man tonight, means that all the fans here get to redeem their game ticket for an order of free breadsticks at a participating Pizza Hut location. 2-2. Fastball misses low and inside from Veal. And the count now full on the 9-hitter and second baseman Grant Zawatsky. Gets the sign, comes set. And the 3-2. Swung in line towards left center field. It's going to be a base hit for Zawatsky. Cleary Jr. and Vega over to converge. Zawatsky's going to stop at first. So a leadoff single for the 9-hitter Grant Zawatsky. And the Blue Crabs put the tying run on to start off here in the 9th inning. So with one on and nobody out, that's going to bring Tyler Wagner to the plate. Diaz picked up the save yesterday, but needed just 2 pitches to do so. And before that, had pitched 2 days before. So he has had some time off. Here is Veal to face Tyler Wagner, a switch hitter batting from the right side. I have to think he will try and bunt. Has not squared yet. First pitch from Veal coming. He does not square, and he takes the fastball low and outside for ball 1. Wagner for the Blue Crabs has played in 24 games. He's hitting .233 on the year. No homers and 4 runs batted in. 14 of 60 at the plate. Here comes a 1-0 from Donnie Veal. Kicks and fires, and Wagner takes the fastball low and inside again, and Donnie Veal having trouble finding the strike zone here. He's fallen behind 2-0 on Wagner. took over in right field for Fred Lewis in the 7th. Lewis out with a strained lower back. That's the official word from their dugout. Runner at first, nobody out. The 2-0 on the way. Wagner swings, fouls it off at the plate. And the count goes to 2-1. So this is Wagner's first at bat. Lewis was 0 for 4 with 2 strikeouts, a flyout, and a ground out on a bunt attempt. Veal looks in for the sign from Zapata. The 2-ball, 1-strike pitch coming. Looks over to first, deals to the plate, and this fastball misses low, and Veal behind 3-1. And in danger of putting the first 2 hitters on for the Blue Crabs here in the top of the 9th inning with the Ducks ahead by 1. Veal gets the sign and comes set. Zawatsky leads at first. Here's the 3-1 pitch, and Wagner takes low and inside for ball 4. And Donnie Veal has given up a single and a walk to Grant Zawatsky and Tyler Wagner, respectively. And Marty Jansen going to come out of the dugout here with the lefty Casey Stevenson coming to the plate. With 2 lighter hitters to start off in the inning, those are the guys you wanted to get out. Now you have Casey Stevenson coming to the plate, who has a pair of doubles, a walk, and has scored twice tonight. So it's now runners at first and second with nobody out. Jansen has a quick chat with Donnie Veal, the former big leaguer, who started the season at the big leagues with the Atlanta Braves. And now here with the Ducks, but a single and a walk to start things off for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. And now Casey Stevenson will come up to the plate in a lefty-lefty matchup. And I think if Amalio Diaz is available, that this might be the final batter that Veal faces, with the righty Wilson, the righty Rosa, and the righty Molina as the 3 hitters to follow after Stevenson. But we'll have to see. Not even sure if Diaz is available for sure. First pitch to Stevenson, squares to bunt and bunts it towards the right side of the infield. The first baseman Burrows bobbles the ball, and everybody's going to be safe. So Burrows could not make the play. It's a sacrifice and then an E3 that allows him to reach. And so the bases are now loaded for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs with nobody out. First error of the game for the Ducks for Sean Burrows, his 5th of the year. As he bobbled the ball, could have at least gotten 1 out. He was unable to make the play. And now the bases are loaded for the first baseman, Zach Wilson. Veal set, and the first pitch swung and grounded to short. Lions Fields, he'll come home for 1, and the throw to first. In time, a double play. A 6-2-3 double play turned by the Ducks. And just like that, 2 down here in the top of the 9th inning. Unbelievable. The batter, Wilson, hit a sharp grounder to short. The infield was drawn in. They get the out at home on the 6-2 play. That retires the runner at the plate in Zawatsky. And then the batter put out 2-3 at first. And with 2 outs and runners in scoring position, second and third, up to the plate steps Jovan Rosa. First pitch. And this is low in the dirt. It gets away from the catcher Zapata, and a run is going to score. Oh, they get the double play, and now Donnie Veal throws a ball in the dirt. It gets away from Zapata, and we are now tied. What an unfortunate series of events. And all of a sudden, we have a tie game once again, with the score at 6-6, and now the Blue Crabs with the go-ahead run at third base and 2 outs, the 1-0, and this line down the right field line by Rosa foul. And the count even up at 1 ball and 1 strike. Boy, to get a huge break like that for Donnie Veal in getting the double play, and then to throw a ball down in the dirt on the first pitch to allow the run to score. What an unfortunate break for the Ducks. And now the 1-1 is off the outside edge for a ball, and the count goes to 2-1. So a 6-2-3 double play hit into by Wilson. And then the wild pitch forcing home the run, the 2-1 here, swing and a miss. And now for Veal, the key is to keep this at 6-6 and give the Ducks a chance to waddle off in the bottom half of the ninth inning. So that eliminates Kreider from potentially getting the win, and it eliminates Santos for now from getting the loss. And now it'll be a 2-ball, 2-strike pitch to Rosa, who is 1 for 4 in the game with a single and 3 flyouts to right. 2-2 pitch, and Rosa will swing and pop this one up foul, first base side. Sean Burrows onto the warning track near the stands, cannot make the play as it lands into the second row of seats. Now we will do it once again at 2 balls and 2 strikes. A 6-2-3, very unconventional double play, but then a wild pitch from Donnie Veal, and the Ducks had broken the lead on a stolen base of home, and now the Blue Crabs have tied it on a 2-out wild pitch from Donnie Veal, the 2-2. Line drive into right field. Phelan Lentini moving to his right will make the catch just above the grass. He had misjudged that slightly, but somehow recovers and just makes the catch, and that ends the inning. The Blue Crabs, though, tie the score. They get a run on 1 hit and 1 error. They leave 1 on base. And after 8.5, we are now all tied up at 6 apiece as we go to the bottom of the ninth. The Ducks will try for the waddle-off victory here at Bethpage Ballpark.
Hey fans, this is Kevin Byers, manager of the Long Island Ducks, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio.
James Simmons is going back. He is looking up, and on in the Park Night, that one is gone and reaches a kennel in Central Islip. That was another home run for the Ducks. And Duck fans, what's more fun than a home run that helps the Ducks win a game? How about a homer that helps the community win? Chappie's Funeral Home and the Long Island Ducks have once again teamed up for the Chappie's Home Run Challenge. If the Ducks hit 100 homers this season, Chappie's Funeral Home will donate $5,000 to the Quacker Jack Foundation. So every time a Ducks hitter goes deep this season, watch for the Chappie's Challenge home run count on the scoreboard. And if we reach 100, we're all a winner. Chappie's Funeral Home, where caring for others is a family tradition.
Can't get enough of the Long Island Ducks? Well, now you can get even more inside info on your favorite hometown team through Facebook and Twitter. The Ducks are constantly updating fans through social media with scores, transactions, ballpark promotions, and much more. You can even win great prizes. All you'll need to do is make a free account on Facebook and Twitter, and then visit us at facebook.com/LIDucks and twitter.com/LIDucks. Think you're Long Island's biggest Ducks fan? Get connected now.
What a wild game we have had here at Bethpage Ballpark. The Ducks fell behind 5-0 early, came back to tie the game with 3 runs in the 5th inning. The Ducks taking the lead in the bottom of the 8th on a 2-out, 2-strike stolen base of home from Phelan Lentini, which we believe as of right now is the first time ever in this franchise's history that a player stole home. We have not gotten confirmation on that, though. And then in the top of the 9th, the Blue Crabs load the bases with nobody out. Zach Wilson hits into a 6-2-3 double play. And then with a tying run at third, the go-ahead run at second with 2 outs, Donnie Veal uncorks a first pitch, wild pitch that scores the tying run. He gets out of the inning. And with the score tied at 6, we go to the bottom half of the 9th. Cody Epley is now into the ball game. And Epley is going to face the bottom 3 of the order for the Ducks. It'll be Anthony Vega, followed by Nelfi Zapata and Carlos Hughes for Long Island. The Ducks will try and waddle off with the win. If they cannot, we will go to extra innings. First pitch upcoming to Vega. Epley deals and Vega pushes a bunt up the third base line. It's a beauty. Barehanded by Stevenson. The off-bounce throw to first. Not in time. Vega beat it out, a bunt single. And the leadoff man is on here in the bottom of the 9th inning. Great effort from the third baseman, Casey Stevenson. It was so close, but a perfect bunt up the third base line by Anthony Vega. The Ducks using the speed to get the leadoff man on. And Vega with his second hit of the night is on base for the third time in this game. The leadoff man on. Now with Nelfi Zapata coming to the plate, I have to think he will try and lay down the sacrifice to get Vega over to second. Zapata 1 for 3 with a single, an RBI, and a walk in this game. The third baseman Stevenson playing right on the edge of the infield grass. First pitch on the way, he squares and bunts it to the first base side of the mound. Epley will field, he'll throw over to first where the second baseman Zawatsky is covering. So the sacrifice successful for Zapata. The put out goes 1-4. And the winning run for the Ducks, and Anthony Vega moves down to second base with 1 out. And that will bring up Carlos Hughes.
Second baseman number 6, Carlos Hughes. Number 6.
First sacrifice of the season for Nelfi Zapata. Vega, who reached on the bunt single, using his speed, now moves to second. And now Carlos Hughes coming to the plate to try and win it for the Ducks with a base hit. Hughes is 1 for 4 in the game with a single that came back in the 4th inning. First pitch coming from Epley. And Hughes will swing and ground one towards second. Fielded on the high hop by the second baseman, and the throw to first is in time. Zawatsky able to get Hughes out. On the play, Vega goes over to third. And now the winning run 90 feet away at third base for the Ducks with 2 out. And up to the plate will step Phelan Lentini. So the Ducks now get the winning run, to third base with 2 away. And Epley will have to be careful, just like Donnie Veal needed to be in the top half of the inning. With 2 outs, the runner at third cannot throw anything down in the dirt lest it skipped away from the catcher and bring home a run. That's what happened with Donnie Veal as the Blue Crabs tied the game on the wild pitch from Veal. First pitch coming up from Epley to Lentini here, and he thought about bunting, ends up pulling back and taking a pitch inside, and the count of 1-0. Lentini in the ball game for the Ducks has 2 hits in 5 at-bats, a pair of singles, and he ended up stealing home last inning to break the 5-5 tie. And now at the plate trying to break a 6-6 tie. Here's the 1-0. And he will take a fastball low and outside, nearly got away from Molina. He backhanded it in the dirt and kept it at home plate. And now Lentini ahead in the count, 2 balls and no strikes. He had reached to start off the 8th inning with a clean single to left field against Orlando Santos. Vega leads at third with 2 out. 6-6 ball game, bottom of the 9th inning. And the 2-0 pitch upcoming from Epley to Lentini. Kicks and fires. Lentini will take a fastball low and away, ball 3. 3-0 the count on Lentini. Delta Cleary Jr. would be next for Long Island. We'll see if Lentini gets the green light here on 3-0. Epley comes set. Kicks and fires. Lentini takes all the way, and the fastball misses downstairs. Epley thought he had strike 1. It is ball 4. And so Lentini reaches first base with 2 out in the 9th, and another Municipal Credit Union walk with a purpose. Every time a Ducks batter walks, the Quacker Jack Foundation wins. And Long Island with runners at the corners and 2 out for Delta Cleary Jr. 1 for 4 in the game, a single, a stolen base, and a run all back in the 5th inning, and laid down a sac bunt in the 8th. The third baseman here, Stevenson, is playing about 4 or 5 feet back behind the infield grass. It would not surprise me if Cleary Jr. thinks about trying to lay down a bunt up that third base line. We'll see what he does, though. First pitch upcoming, doesn't square, and takes the fastball downstairs below the knees for ball 1. Epley having a little trouble throwing strikes here. 5 straight out of the zone, and the count 1-0 on Delta Cleary Jr. Here comes a 1-0 from Epley as he twirls the ball behind his back, gets the pitch he likes. Kicks and fires. Runner goes for second. It is taken for a strike. No throw down to second. That's not a stolen base. It's defensive indifference. Lantini's run does not matter. What it does do is it eliminates the force out at second. So defensive indifference there as Lantini moves down to second base. And now it'll be a 1-ball, 1-strike pitch from Epley to Cleary Jr. Right-hander kicks, fires, and Cleary Jr. swings, chops one over the mound towards the middle. The shortstop Frawley fields behind second, throws to first, and they get Cleary by a step. And we will go and play extra innings. With Cleary Jr.'s speed, you never know if he's able to beat it out. He hustled that one up the first base line and was thrown out by a step at first base, if that. And so the Ducks and the Blue Crabs will have bonus baseball here on Long Island. No runs, 1 hit. The Ducks leave 2 more on base and have left 14 on in this game. We will go to the 10th here on Long Island with the score tied up at 6 apiece.
Hey fans, this is closing pitcher Ryan Cushmall, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio.
The results are in. Thousands of PSEG Long Island customers participated in our energy efficiency programs, saving nearly $35 million. Being energy efficient helps our environment too. Together, we've eliminated 21,000 cars worth of emissions in 2014. Thank you, Long Island. We're all making a difference. Discover how we're improving every day to bring you better service at www.psegliny.com/efficiency.
Baseball fans, the Long Island Ducks mobile app has officially arrived. Powered by Clear Vision Apps, it's your one-stop shop for all things Ducks baseball. Buy tickets straight from your mobile device. Receive game status updates with push notifications. Check out up-to-the-minute news and scores and interact with the Ducks on social media. Best of all, it's free. Download the Ducks mobile app today by visiting the App Store on your Apple-powered device or Google Play on your Android-powered device. The Long Island Ducks mobile app, with you wherever you flock to.
North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital in Bayshore is the healthcare heart of our community. We provide outstanding healthcare right here at home with centers of excellence in cardiology, orthopedics, neurosciences, women's health services, and much more. Experience counts, and North Shore LIJ Southside Hospital has been around for nearly a century of care. For more information, please call 631-968-3000 or visit us on the web at www.nslij.com.
A wild one, a thriller here at Bethpage Ballpark between the Long Island Ducks and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs is now going to go to extra innings. As the Ducks and the Blue Crabs remain tied at 6, Long Island had broken a 5-5 tie in the bottom half of the 8th inning on a 2-out, 2-strike steal of home by Phelan Lantini. That gave the Ducks a 6-5 advantage. However, in the top of the 9th inning, a single, a walk, and a sac bunt in error start off the inning for Southern Maryland. Donnie Veal gets a 6-2-3 double play to get the lead runner at home and get the out at first. But with runners at second and third and 2 out, the first pitch to Jovan Rosa from Donnie Veal was down in the dirt for a ball, skipped away from Zapata, and on the wild pitch, the Blue Crabs tied the game. The Ducks get the leadoff hitter on a bunt single in the bottom of the 9th inning, get him over to third with 2 outs. And after a walk to Phelan Lantini, as the first pitch here from Ryan Cushmall is fouled off first base side by Gustavo Molina for strike 1. Lantini drew a walk. Delta Cleary Jr. came to the plate, and Cleary Jr. ends up chopping one over the mound towards the middle, and Casey Frawley made the play for the out and ended the threat. So we go to extra innings. The 0-1 from Cushmall to Molina is swung and grounded past the mound towards the middle, and Carlos Hughes can't get it. It's into center field, a base hit. So even with Hughes playing up the middle, he's unable to field a chopper by Molina, his second hit of the game, and the leadoff man is on in the 10th inning for Southern Maryland. Well, this game still has a ways to go. We don't know who's going to end up breaking this tie and who's going to end up coming away with the win. Stan Clyburn has come out of the dugout here, and he's trying to say who is going to pinch. I guess he wants a pinch runner here for Gustavo Molina, but his backup catcher down in the bullpen, so he had a call down to the bullpen to get the catcher to come out from the bullpen. It looks like it's going to be Keith Castillo, the former Duck, and he's probably going to go in as the pinch runner here for Gustavo Molina to give Southern Maryland a little bit more speed. So he goes down into the dugout to remove his catching gear, and now will probably come out of the dugout and pinch run at first base for Molina to give Southern Maryland the quicker runner, as Molina or then Castillo would end up representing the go-ahead run. So Castillo has come out of the dugout, and he is going to make his way over to first base to take the place of Gustavo Molina.
Your attention, please, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls. Running Molina at first base, number 18, Keith
For the Ducks,
Castillo.
this is their first extra inning game since June the 25th. They have not played an extra inning game since, and that was when they lost to the Sugarland Skeeters 8-7 in 11 innings down in Texas. Ducks are just 2-7 this year in extra inning games, but both of their wins have come here at home, and Long Island has 8 waddle-off wins on the season. Craig Maddox to the plate, who's 3 for 4 on the night. He squares to bunt, pulls back, and takes the ball low in the dirt. And the count 1-0. Again, the one thing that we will have to find after the game is whether or not Amalio Diaz was available or not. I'm thinking a tie game in the 9th inning, or even with the Ducks leading, which it was, leading the game in the 9th inning 6-5, that he'd be the one coming in. You have to think he'd be unavailable, otherwise Kevin Baez would have brought him in. Here comes the 1-0. Cushmall deals, Maddox squares and bunts it, foul at home plate. And that'll even up the count at 1-1 strike. Southern Maryland on the year is 5-4 in extra inning games, 4-4 at home, 1-0 on the road. So this is just their second extra inning game on the road this year. One. Kicking the pitch. Maddox does not square this time and fouls it back behind home plate. In fact, they might have gone off the helmet of the catcher Zapata. And the count of 1-2. Ducks and the Blue Crabs have played one extra inning game that was back on April the 30th in Southern Maryland. A 4-3 win for the Blue Crabs in 10 innings. Be a 1-ball, 2-strike pitch from Cushmall. Gets the sign, comes set. Kicks and deals to the plate, and Maddox will take a fastball that just missed the outside corner. That'll leave it up to count at 2-2. Cushmall's last outing for the Ducks came on Sunday, August the 9th, and he did not fare well. Gave up 4 hits and 2 runs in 1 inning of work. Ended up striking out the side. Also walked a batter, but gave up 2 runs in the River Sharks win over Long Island. 2-2. Maddox will swing, pump this one foul, third base side of home plate. This will go back into the seats again. And the ball comes back down below, and so a chase from the fans. Good portion of the crowd still here on this Friday night, and they are witnessing a wild and crazy game between these two teams. A game in which the Ducks broke a tie after coming back from 5-0 down to tie it. Broke the tie with a stolen base of home, and then gave up the lead on a 2-out wild pitch. 2-2 from Cushmall to Maddox. Here it comes, and a fastball just missing the outside corner. Cushmall wanted that one, and it looked close, but does not get the strike call from Warren Nicholson. And Kevin Baez asking from the first base dugout whether or not the pitch was outside, and he said it was. So the count full at 3-2. We'll see if Castillo takes off for second on the play. Cushmall gets the sign, comes set. Castillo takes his lead. 3-2 coming to Maddox. There he goes. The pitch on the way is inside and low, ball 4. Cushmall has walked Craig Maddox. And the Blue Crabs again threatening. They have the first 2 runners on a single and a walk. And Ryan Cushmall's struggles continuing here. He was so dominant at the start of the year, but lately has been struggling out of the bullpen. Is now 3-2 with a 3.53 ERA in 42 games entering tonight. Struggled his last time out, now is allowed 2 to reach on a single and a walk. And now expecting bunt are the Ducks as the corner infielders in on the grass. Casey Frawley at the plate. Cushmall looks to second. First pitch on the way. Frawley squares and bunts it up the third base line. Puckett will field. His only play is to first, and the throw is in time. Hughes makes the catch, so the sacrifice is successful for the Blue Crabs. The put out goes 5-4. And Castillo, who represents the go-ahead run, moves to third, while Maddox moves down to second.
Center fielder, number 3, Anton De Jesus, number 3.
For Casey Frawley, that is his 12th sacrifice bunt of the year. And Casey Frawley is going to get Anton De Jesus is going to get the intentional walk. No surprise there with a lefty hitter at the plate. Kevin Byes intentionally walks De Jesus to load up the bases and put the potential for a double play and a force at any base in play. For De Jesus, it is the second time he's been intentionally walked this year. And it also sets up a righty-righty matchup between Kushmal and Zawatsky. The Ducks got a big double play in the ninth inning, although it ended up going for naught when the wild pitch forced home the tying run. We'll see if they can get another double play here with Zawatsky at the plate. First pitch on the way from Kushmal, and Zawatsky takes a breaking ball over the inside corner at the knees for strike one. Zawatsky is 1 for 4 in the game. The one hit he had was a single leading off the ninth inning against Donnie Veal into left center, and then was thrown out at home plate on the 6-2-3 double play hit into by Zach Wilson. The 0-1 coming from Kushmal, set at the belt, kicks and fires, and Zawatsky takes the fastball low and away. And that'll even up the count at 1 ball and 1 strike. Kushmal had taken over the 8th inning role, with Diaz moved to the 9th inning role earlier this month through back-to-back scoreless outings, the 6th and the 7th, for his rough outing here on Sunday. Here comes a 1-1. Kicks and deals. Zawatsky takes way off the outside corner from Kushmal, and the count goes to 2-1. No place to put Zawatsky, who came into the game hitting 190 on the year. Bases are loaded, so another out of the zone would force home a run. Be a 2-ball, 1-strike pitch here from Kushmal to Zawatsky in this righty-righty matchup. Kicks and fires. Zawatsky takes a fastball, just caught a piece of the outside corner for a strike. Close pitch. Zawatsky thought it was too far outside. Warren Nicholson makes the strike call. The count even at 2-2. Tyler Wagner waiting on deck. He drew a walk in the 9th inning. Kushmal looking for at least 1 out here for the 2nd out of the inning. Right-hander comes set. 2-ball, 2-strike pitch to Zawatsky on the way, and it is swung on and chopped towards second. Hughes will field, flips to short 1, onto first, double play! Just what the doctor ordered for Ryan Kushmal, a 4-6-3 double play turned by the Ducks, and that retires the side in the 10th inning. Kushmal gets exactly what he needs, and the move to intentionally walk to Jesus works. For the Blue Crabs in the inning, no runs, 1 hit, a couple of walks, and they leave 2. We go to the bottom half of the 10th, and we remain tied 6-6.
Hey fans, this is right-handed pitcher John Brownell, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather, 1039 LI News Radio.
Beautify your patio, walkway, driveway, or pool surround with Nicolac paving stones and walls. Nicolac's specially formulated Paver Shield offers extra surface wear protection and color enhancement throughout the thickness of the paver. Paver Shield guarantees that your pavers will look great for years to come. Bring home the elegance with Nicolac. Visit the Nicolac Design Center, Sunrise Highway, Lindenhurst, or Nicolac.com.
Let Nicolac Pavers pave your way.
Enjoy the ultimate VIP fan experience at Bethpage Ballpark this season by taking in a Ducks game from the brand new Trout Town Fan Can. Presented by Roscoe Beer Company, the Fan Can is available for rental at all Ducks home games. It features 12 Dream Seat theater-style padded seats, beverage holders, an air-conditioned atmosphere, and an incredible view of the game. Packages are now available with food and beverage included. To reserve your Fan Can outing today, call the Ducks Group Sales Department at 631-940-3825. The Trout Town Fan Can at Bethpage Ballpark. Your VIP experience has arrived. Ryan Cushmall, after getting the bases loaded with one out on a single walk and an intentional walk, gets a 4-6-3 double play off the bat of Grant Sawatsky to end the threat in the top of the 10th inning. And now we go to the bottom of the 10th. Cody Epley will stay in after nearly allowing the Ducks to win the game in the bottom of the 9th. And the Ducks are going to send their 3, 4, and 5 hitters to the plate in Dan Lyons, Sean Burrows, and Cody Puckett. And Long Island will try and get the lead back to win the game. The Ducks with 7 Waddle-Off wins already this year. And it will be Dan Lyons to start things off for the Ducks. Lyons will be followed by Burrows and Puckett. And Cody Epley will stay in. He had a throw in that 9th inning. Only 10 pitches. The Ducks were pretty aggressive against him in that inning. So despite having to face 5 batters in the inning, he only threw 10 pitches. First pitch on the way to Dan Lyons, and he'll take low and inside for ball 1. The Ducks had gotten the leadoff man on in the 9th inning on a bunt single by Anthony Vega. Moved him to second on a sac bunt and to third on a ground out. Lantini walked, took second on defensive indifference, but Cleary Jr. retired by a step at first. On a ground out here, Lyons a slow chopper to third. Charging in is Stevenson, bare hands, the off-balance throw to first, not in time. Lyons beats it out. And the leadoff man is on again for the Ducks here in the 10th inning. Dan Lyons, it is his second hit of the game. He is now 2 for 5, has an RBI, a run, and a walk in the game. And so the Ducks get the speedy Dan Lyons on the infield single to third. And you can tell Epley was frustrated there, but really, what can you do? Stevenson looks exhausted at third base, having to race in on so many baseballs in this game. Bunt attempts. These players are going to be exhausted after this one. Unfortunately, tomorrow's game for both is a night game at 6:35. Here is Sean Burrows to the plate. Not typically a bunter, although he does, now that I think about it. He had 7 sacrifices on the year. We'll see what he does here. First pitch does not square, and he swings and chops one towards second. Could be 2. The flip to second for 1, and it's bobbled by the shortstop, Frawley, and Lyons is going to be safe. Frawley bobbles it on the flip. It's a fielder's choice E6. The 5th error of the game for the Blue Crabs. And the Ducks now with 2 on and nobody out. And Cody Puckett coming up to the plate. The flip from the second baseman is short. It may have been slightly offline, but the ball bobbled by the shortstop Frawley when he tried to grab it. And so the Ducks with runners at first and second, nobody out for Cody Puckett. He does not have a sacrifice bunt on the year. We'll see what he does here. With runners at first and second and no one out. Epley from the stretch, looking in for the sign, comes set. Epley deals, Puckett squares, and bunts it out in front of home plate. The catcher Castillo bobbles the ball, throw to first. Not in time. Puckett is there safely, and the bases are loaded for Long Island with nobody out. We'll see how that one is scored. It was a tough play for Castillo. I'm going to come back out in front of home plate, but it looked like he juggled the ball and could not make the play, and so the bases are loaded for Long Island with nobody out, and now Stan Clyburn is going to come out of the dugout, and he's either going to talk things over with his pitcher, Epley. It's going to be ruled a bunt single for Cody Puckett. Not an easy play. And Castillo had to try and make that play, field a tough hop, couldn't do it. So it's going to be a bunt single for Cody Puckett, the 13th hit for the Long Island Ducks in this game. And 3 balls, neither of which have been hit out of the infield, have loaded up the bases, and now it looks like the Blue Crabs are going to put 5 men on the infield. They have called in the right fielder, Tyler Wagner, to come in to the infield. There are 2 players out in the outfield right now. Rosa, the left fielder, DeJesus, the center fielder. Clyburn is trying to motion to his outfielders where they want him to go for Mike Blank. Tyler Wagner, the right fielder, looks like he's going out and is going to play directly behind second base, or right near second base. At least that's where he was going, and now he's coming back in towards the middle of the infield because they're going to probably have the infield in all the way around. An infield single for Dan Lyons. A fielder's choice error on a potential double play ball by the shortstop Casey Frawley. And then a bunt single by Cody Puckett has loaded up the bases for Long Island with nobody out here in the bottom of the 10th, and the Ducks trying to waddle off with the victory. Here is Mike Blank to the plate. He's 0 for 5, does have an RBI and a run in the game. Speedy runner at third in Dan Lyons. Epley is set. First pitch, and Blank fouls one off down the right field line out of play. And the count 0-1. So the infield is in all the way around. The right fielder, Tyler Wagner, is playing just to the third base side of second and right on the infield grass. The two outfielders playing in right center and left center here. So lots of room in the outfield, but the entire infield is covered by Blue Crabs defenders. The 0-1 pitch on the way to Mike Blank, and he will swing and fist one over first down the right field line. It's a base hit for Mike Blank. In to score from third is Dan Lyons, the 8th waddle-off win of the season for the Long Island Ducks, and they take it in 10 innings by a 7-6 score over the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. So Stan Clyburn brings the infield in all the way around, but it doesn't matter as Mike Blank serves one over first base and down the right field line. And in a game where the Ducks trailed 5-0 after the first inning and a half, they come back and win it 7-6 in dramatic fashion in 10 innings here at Bethpage Ballpark for their 4th win in a row. Well, don't go anywhere because the post-game show is coming up next. Stick with us as we recap this one and hand out the Player of the Game award in dramatic fashion. 7-6. Ducks defeat the Blue Crabs here at Bethpage Ballpark.
Hey fans, this is shortstop Dan Lyons, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic, and weather. 1039 LI News Radio.
Thinking about buying or refinancing a home? Start by attending a free MCU home buying seminar. Then speak with one of our loan specialists who will guide you through the loan process. With an affordable mortgage from Municipal Credit Union, Home Sweet Home will be a little sweeter. Call 212-238-3521 or visit nymcu.org to apply for your mortgage today. Municipal Credit Union. Strong, trusted, growing. Municipal Credit Union is an equal housing opportunity lender.
M&V Limousines is the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks. Family owned and operated, they've been in the business for over 23 years. M&V Limousines offers coach buses with Wi-Fi and restrooms, party buses, exotic limousines, and so much more. Whether you're looking for transportation for weddings, proms, corporate outings, or long-distance trips, they've got the right vehicle for you. Visit their showroom in Comac or check them out online at mvlimo.com. M&V Limousines, the official bus company of the Long Island Ducks.
Back at Bethpage Ballpark, what a wild one here tonight between the Long Island Ducks and the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs. The Ducks end up winning it by a final count of 7-6 for their 8th waddle-off victory of the season. And not only was it that, but it was one of their biggest comebacks of the year. They came back from 5-0 down. It's not their largest. That was 8 runs, but they still come from behind for the 28th time this year to win. And in addition, it's their 3rd win this season in extra innings. All 3 of them have come here at Bethpage Ballpark, and we are going to do our best right now to recap this one for you. It was one of the craziest, most wild games you will ever see on a baseball diamond, and fortunately for the Ducks, they came out with the win. Here's what happened. In the first inning, Bobby Blevins ran into trouble with 1 out. He walked Casey Stevenson, gave up back-to-back singles to Zach Wilson and Jovan Rosa. That set the stage for Gustavo Molina, who drilled a 3-ball, 2-strike pitch over the left field wall for a grand slam, the first grand slam of the year for the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs, his 13th home run of the year, and Southern Maryland took a 4-0 lead in the opening inning, and they'd had another run in the second on back-to-back one-out doubles by Casey Stevenson and Zach Wilson. And so after an inning and a half, Bobby Blevins and the Ducks were faced with a 5-0 deficit. But the Ducks pitching staff would settle in from there. Blevins would allow just 3 hits over his next 3 innings to get out of the night with 5 innings of 5-run ball and keep the team in the game. And keeping the team in the game he did. The Ducks ended up picking up their starter. They scored a run in the second inning when Cody Puckett singled with 1 out, moved to second on a ground out by Mike Blank, and came home on a 2-out, 2-strike RBI single to left from Anthony Vega. And then 2 innings later, Mike Blank reached on an error by the first baseman Zach Wilson, one of 5 errors on the night for Southern Maryland. Reached on the error, moved to second on a stolen base, and after a strikeout by Vega, came home on an RBI single up the middle by Nelfi Zapata, his first hit and first RBI as a Duck, and that cut the deficit to 5-2. And then in the bottom of the 5th inning, Long Island would send 8 men to the plate. Tim Sexton, who was making the spot start for Southern Maryland, had been good through the first 4, but in the 5th allowed a single to Delta Cleary Jr., who stole second and then scored on an RBI double to right by Dan Lyons, his new Ducks career high 57th run batted in of the year. That made it a 5-3 game that spelled the end for Sexton. Trey Barham then came in. Barham gave up an infield single to first to Sean Burrows that put runners at the corners. For Cody Puckett, he delivered an RBI double to right that scored Lyons and moved Burrows to third. That made it a 5-4 game. And then Mike Blank reached on an error by the shortstop Casey Frawley. Does get credit for the RBI, though, since the run was going to score anyway. Sean Burrows comes home to score. And so the Ducks had scored 3 times in the 5th. They tie up the game at 5 before Barham settled down, retired the next 3, and got out of further trouble. So it stayed 5-5 in the 6th inning. Both sides went down in order in the 6th. In the 7th, the Ducks retired the Blue Crabs in order, struck, setting down the side 1-2-3. The Ducks threatening in the bottom of the inning. They got 3 walks, in the inning, but ultimately Orlando Santos struck out Carlos Hughes with the bases loaded to end that threat. And then in the 8th inning, the Ducks retired the side 1-2-3 thanks to Patrick Kreider. And in the bottom of the 8th inning, Phelan Lentini started the inning off with a single to left, was sacrificed to second base. Dan Lyons then drew a walk after Lentini moved to third on a wild pitch. And then on a stolen base, Lyons moved to second, so runners at second and third for Burrows. He struck out swinging. Cody Puckett then drew a walk, and that loaded up the bases for Mike Blank. And in the at-bat with Mike Blank at the plate with 2 strikes on him after falling behind 0-2, Phelan Lentini takes off for home plate. And the pitch from Santos was up and away, and on the straight steal of home, Lentini slides in safely with the go-ahead run, and the Ducks have themselves a 6-5 advantage. But then in the 9th inning, Amalio Diaz presumably unavailable because Donnie Veal came out of the bullpen. Grant Sawatsky singled to left to open the inning, and then Tyler Wagner, who had taken over for Fred Lewis, drew a walk. So 2 on, nobody out. Casey Stevenson then laid down a sacrifice bunt, which was bobbled by first baseman Sean Burrows, so that loaded up the bases for Zach Wilson. And Donnie Veal in trouble, but he got a huge break. Wilson hit a ground ball to short. Lyons got it through home for the force out to get Zawatsky, and then Zapata threw to first to get Wilson out, the 6-2-3 double play. And just like that, 2 outs with runners at second and third for Jovan Rosa. But on the first pitch from Veal to Rosa, he threw the ball down in the dirt wild. It would allow Wagner to score from third, and that tied up the ball game once again at 6 apiece. Ducks threatened in the bottom of the 9th inning when Vega reached on a bunt single, was sacrificed to second, moved to third on a ground out. Lentini walked and took second on defensive indifference, but Delta Cleary Jr. grounded to short and was beaten by just a step at first. And so that forced extra innings. The Blue Crabs starting immediately in the 10th against Ryan Cushmall. A single and a walk opened the inning. A sac bunt moved the runners to second and third, and then an intentional walk of Anton De Jesus loaded the bases for Grant Zawatsky, but Ryan Cushmall got exactly what he needed, a 4-6-3 double play to end the inning, and that kept the game tied at 6. And then in the bottom half of the 10th, Cody Epley staying in for his second inning of work. Dan Lyons grounded a slow roller up the third base line and just beated it out at first base for a leadoff infield single. Sean Burrows was next. He then hit a chopper to second. Looked like it was going to be a 4-6-3 double play or at least a fielder's choice, but the flip to second was mishandled by Frawley. Everybody was safe. And on the 5th error of the game for Southern Maryland, runners at first and second with nobody out. Cody Puckett was next. He laid down a bunt, a high chopper out in front of home plate. Castillo had trouble trying to field it. His throw to first wasn't in time. A bunt single for Cody Puckett that loaded the bases with nobody out for Mike Blank. Stan Kleiber, the manager of the Blue Crabs, called on the right fielder Tyler Wagner to come in and play infield. They put 5 fielders on the infield, right behind the infield grass. Just 2 outfielders, but it didn't matter because Mike Blank served a base hit over first and down the right field line to waddle off with the win as the Ducks take it 7-6. Woo! What a game. 7 runs, 14 hits, 1 error for the Ducks, who ended up leaving 17 men on base in the game. Now, 3 of those were at the end after the waddle-off hit, so really when you think about it, 14 men on base, but officially it is 17 on base left for the Ducks. 6 runs, 12 hits, 5 errors for the Blue Crabs, and they left a total of 9 on base. The winner, Ryan Cushmall, who got under that big jam in the 10th inning, he improves to 4-2 on the year. The loser, Cody Epley, falls to 3-4. He allows the unearned run on 4 hits in 1 inning plus of relief work. No save. The game took 3 hours and 32 minutes here at Bethpage Ballpark in front of a crowd of 5,017. As for tonight's player of the game, there's so many choices of guys we can give it to. And among the Ducks, every single Ducks player had a hit. Cody Puckett definitely deserves credit for having 3 hits, a run batted in and a run scored, but we'll give it to Mike Blank, who had only 1 hit in the game, but he came up with the biggest hit of all with the base hit over first down the right field line, his second RBI of the game, 1 it for Long Island. And so Mike Blank, our player of the game tonight in the waddle-off win. We'll take a break, and when we come back, the out-of-town scoreboard, then we'll wrap things up from Bethpage Ballpark. Ducks winners again tonight, 7-6 in 10 innings.
Hey fans, this is closing pitcher Ryan Cushmall, and you're listening to Ducks Baseball on Long Island's home for news, traffic and weather, 103.9 LI News Radio.
The results are in. Thousands of PSEG Long Island customers participated in our energy efficiency programs, saving nearly $35 million. Being energy efficient helps our environment, too. Together, we've eliminated 21,000 cars worth of emissions in 2014. Thank you, Long Island. We're all making a difference. Discover how we're improving every day to bring you better service at www.pseglyny.com/efficiency.
Have your birthday at the ballpark this season and celebrate with the Flock. Kona Ice birthday party packages with the Long Island Ducks are now available. Each package includes 10 box seats, a commemorative birthday t-shirt and autographed baseball, a pizza and Kona Ice party in the Hebrew National Picnic area, and so much more. Best of all, the birthday child will stand on the dugout while the entire crowd sings happy birthday. Reserve your party today by calling the group sales department at 631-940-3825. Kona Ice birthday parties with the Long Island Ducks, a once-in-a-lifetime experience. Back at Bethpage Ballpark on this Friday night, the Ducks winning their 4th straight game as they take it by a final count of 7-6 in 10 innings over the Blue Crabs, a game in which the Ducks trailed by a count of 5-0, came back and tied it, took the lead in the 8th inning on a stolen base of home with 2 strikes and 2 outs, lost the lead in the 9th inning on a 2-out wild pitch by Donnie Veal that forced home the tying run, and then after missed opportunities in the bottom of the 9th and the top of the 10th, the Ducks win it in the bottom of the 10th on a waddle-off single by Mike Blank. My goodness, was this a wild game, and I'm sure both sides are dead tired after this one and cannot wait to get home and get some sleep. Before we do the same, let's take a look at the out-of-town scoreboard. They are also playing a thriller in Camden, New Jersey, where the Somerset Patriots and the Camden River Sharks are tied at 4, a game in which Somerset took a 2-0 lead and then had a 3-1 lead going into the 5th. Camden took a 4-3 lead before Somerset tied it right away in the 6th. So they're tied at 4 as they go to the 11th inning now. Matt Zielinski was the starter for Somerset. Anthony Cayazzo is now pitching. Camden started Eric Smith, and it's now Zach Braddock in the game, their 7th pitcher of the night. For Somerset, they have 2 RBIs and 2 hits from Robert Andino, 3 hits in the game from Matt Gamble. And as for the Camden River Sharks, they have 2 RBIs from Patty Matera, helping to lead the way. So that game's still going on. And if Somerset wins, they'll take a 2-game lead over the Bridgeport Bluefish in the standings. If they lose, the Ducks would close to within 3 games of both the Bluefish and of the Somerset Patriots. Bluefish lost at home tonight 13-5 to the red-hot York Revolution. Logan Williamson, the win, improved to 6-9. Cody Scarpetta, the loss, fell to 1-3. No save in the game. Andres Perez hit his 10th home run of the season, Telvin Nash hit his 4th, and Luis de la Cruz hit his 4th, all 3 homers for the York Revolution, and Andres Perez finished with 6 RBIs in the win. And a final in Lancaster, the Skeeters with a 5-3 win over the Lancaster Barnstormers. Sean Gallagher, the win, improved to 2-9. The loser, Nate Reed, fell to 3-7, and Tim Gustafson picked up his first save of the year. Chris Wallace hitting his 14th home run for Sugarland. Anderson Feliz his 6th for Lancaster. The Yankees getting some revenge on the Toronto Blue Jays. They win it 4-3 up north of the border in Toronto, as Carlos Beltran hitting an 8th inning 3-run home run to break the tie and give the Yankees the win. That game just went final for Beltran. It was his 11th home run of the season. And so it appears like Dellin Betances will end up, or check that, Ivan Nova will get the win for the Yankees, and it will end up being Aaron Sanchez who suffers the loss for the Toronto Blue Jays. He served up the grand slam. Andrew Miller would pick up the save for New York. That game literally just went final. So no records for you, but the Yankees winners 4-3 over the Toronto Blue Jays. And as for the Mets, they were tied with the Pirates 1-1, but Pittsburgh had scored 2 in the top half of the 10th inning. And they lead the Mets right now 3-1 going into the bottom half of the 10th inning. J.A. Happ was the starter for Pittsburgh, and Mark Melancon now in the game trying to pick up the save. Bartolo Colon was the starter for the Mets. Bobby Parnell ends up giving up the 2 runs in the 10th inning, so he is in line for the loss. Yoenis Cespedes hitting his 2nd home run of the season for the Mets. And for the Pirates, Neil Walker went deep for a home run, his 12th of the year. And in preseason football, the Giants losing 23-10 right now in the 4th quarter at Paul Brown Stadium in Cincinnati to the Bengals. So that'll do it for the out-of-town scoreboard. This series will continue tomorrow. The Ducks will go for the series win in the 3rd game of the 4-game set. They've taken the first 2 so far. Bruce Kern for the Ducks, 6-3 with a 3.09 ERA. He'll oppose right-handed pitcher Brian Grenning, who is 3-6 with a 4.50 earned run average. Ducks are back to 500 here in the second half at 17-17, 22 over 500 on the season at 63-41. The Blue Crabs with a loss fall to 13-21 in the half, 55-49 overall here in 2015. So that is going to do it for us here at Bethpage Ballpark on this Friday night. A big thank you goes out to Dave Miratello, my engineer back in our Ronkonkoma studios, pushing the buttons, doing a great job as always. Once again, the final score was the Long Island Ducks 7, the Southern Maryland Blue Crabs 6 in 10 innings. We invite you to join us for our next Ducks broadcast, which will be tomorrow night when the Ducks and the Blue Crabs play Game 3 of this 4-game set. Pre-game show begins 6:20, first pitch 6:35. You can follow all the action on the Ducks flagship radio station, 103.9 FM, LI News Radio, and online on the Ducks official YouTube channel, youtube.com/DucksBaseball. My name is Michael Pollock. Thank you so much for spending your Friday night with me. I hope you enjoyed the broadcast, the wild game, and the Ducks waddle-off victory. Have a great rest of your Friday night, and we'll do it all over again on Saturday night here at Bethpage Ballpark. Good night, and so long from Central Islip, New York.